I drink your milkshake.
You are listening to the Billionaire Podcast Network.
Welcome everybody to the Patreon. We might make this the free one, but tentatively this is the Patreon. This is Corn-Fed. We have an excellent, very special guest with us here today. Kevin set this up very last minute. I was not expecting this, but this is a treat.
I was trying to get on the regular show. I didn't hear from her for a bit, and then it just ended up being the Patreon. So.
We have the very, very funny DDT with us. DD, welcome.
Hi. So am I like the first black girl? Is that like am I breaking up black girl virginity?
Yes.
Not the first black person and not the first girl, but
you are the first black girl, yeah.
Always.
And hopefully, God willing, the last.
we are breaking our policy.
I'm just now like getting back to actually talking to people, but it's been a minute since I've talked to Dee Dee. Dee Dee, how you been?
I've been wonderful. Last time I saw you was what, Skankfest or some shit?
That was right before everything really went bad for me.
Yeah. So I recall.
Yeah.
Did you do Skankfest, Dee Dee?
Of course not. I live in Houston, and so I just
I just reached out and I was like, yeah, you want to come hang out for a little bit, and we just hung out.
Obviously, I rarely say no to the homie Dalton. So
yeah, it was. I mean, that was a fun like last hurrah before I died.
Like you say, last hurrah. Like I know you went through some shit, but goddamn, I mean, you look like you back to your Ruben-esque self. Sitting down and everything.
Ruben stuttered.
It's like I missed the shot. It's like I dropped the ball.
Yeah, I'm alive. I mean, it's dire for me, but God provides. God.
They do.
The story is pretty well known at this point. But yeah, I had some like.
Yeah, I'm sure you told before. I don't need you to regale me, and then I just assumed that you went through some regular white man shit. So I ain't gonna press you about it.
Yeah, I went through some real white people shit. Yeah, no, I had a life-threatening situation that drained a lot of time, money, resources, health from me. But this is the Billionaire Podcast Network, so ka-ching,
I think in the biz we call that a mental breakdown. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it was
psychotic break.
Yeah, it was psychosis. Yeah, it was really scary.
It should be.
Yeah, real white people shit.
Remember the Truman Show?
Yeah. Yeah, I was having a lot of Truman. I like at one point I actually did, like I was walking around and I was just like telling myself that it was like the Truman Show and not even realizing how fucking crazy that sounded.
And
that,
just so
like-
you know, Dalton, everything you say is very consistent with when John had his mental breakdown. Like what the things you're saying match up exactly with.
Yeah,
so
I
it makes
talked to
sense.
I talked to him about it too. Yeah,
So that's
he
John
just
Brown?
kinda-
Which John? John Brown? John who?
yeah,
John,
John, yeah, the abolitionist.
yeah. He was in the airport and he thought that like everyone was like on a TV show and the abolitionist. Yeah, I mean, he thought shit was happening and people working against him, and it was all paranoia induced. And
Okay, so yeah, paranoid delusions. Got you. So just like your regular like psychotic break, with it's not schizophrenia because you don't have like a consistent thing. It's just like a stress-induced psychotic break. Because didn't you suffer from
Mine-
bipolarism? I talk to
mine
everybody
was-
about their mental health issues, so I know all of y'all shit. I can literally be y'all friend.
if I had to guess, you
I
had,
don't-
like,
I-
some
look,
kind of bipolar.
I don't want to turn Dee Dee into, like, for lack of a better term, a magical
Negro?
know.
No, I went to school for psychology, like hard science psychology. Like I was gonna do this shit for a living, for real. And I still kind of do, just at random bus stops and
Tell me,
bars and shit.
can you tell me why Kevin always puts his shirt on like 5 minutes into the Patreon? What's
Yeah,
the
we're
It's so
psychology
cold
behind that?
in this house.
that's-
We don't ever turn
Well,
the
that's
heat
very
on.
easy. It's because Salvatore and Dalton, y'all voluminous, luxurious breasts, make him feel self-conscious.
He doesn't. Yeah, he. Yes, I knew it.
Kevin's got real small little titties.
It's
we
your
got,
psyche,
Right,
bro.
his little mosquito bites, you know what I'm saying? Little,
hmm The boy bosom.
These titties.
y'all really got some handsome jugs over there. He can't
Oh
compete.
yeah, you know what, Dee Dee, Dalton's
yeah.
been reviewing jugs. Speaking of
I
that,
know, and I'm offended that mine haven't been reviewed. It's fine.
If you want me to do
Yours are on the list.
if you want me to do a jug video for you, if you want me to do a rack reaction for you, I'll be more than happy to oblige.
I'm sure you will.
Yeah.
I'm sure you will.
People have been asking me, when are you going to do more black titties? Because I've only done 2 pairs so far.
well, you've done one of the
Just one black
best,
titty.
the mother
No,
of
when you
America.
I want to know when you go rate Salvatore's titties, because that's really what the girls.
Well, he did his own titties.
He
I
did
did
his
my
own. It's
I
pretty.
did my own titties.
They're very similar.
Yeah, I'll do. Yeah, we'll get around to all of our titties, but Dee Dee,
Which you can
how
always rate my titties. My cleavage is well known throughout the universe. So
yeah, you have a couple of slobber knockers there.
I do, and they do be knocking slobber.
Trying to talk my wife into letting you do it to Dalton. Like, no.
But yeah, Dee Dee, how have you been? Your hair looks lovely.
Well, thank you. I cut most of it off, but yeah, I've been fine, babe. I not unlike yourself, I disappeared for a while, but not because of a psychotic break, just because
Warrants.
sanity.
Yeah.
Sanity in general will make you not want to be around comedy people. So
Yeah, comedy is weird. It like consumes people's lives, and
comedy people are weird. Like comedy itself is all right. Comedy people are the ones that I really can't fuck with. So
yeah, I agree. I was just talking to somebody about this, where it's like you think you found your tribe, and then you do it long enough and you realize, like, I kind of just appreciate the people I like work with at my day job more than
I think I realized that I like to drink, and it's socially acceptable for me to do it in copious amounts in those places. And then when I started drinking less, and I was around comedians sober, I said, "Oh fuck, I don't like none of these people. Like, yo, what?"
yeah,
So then I went home and started drinking there. And
So much better.
yeah.
oh, speaking of which, Jesus Christ.
Well, she's getting the E and J.
Okay.
Getting that bottle of E and J. Sal,
Hey, Dee Dee, what are you doing comedically right now?
That's Henny.
Your mom? Oh no,
That's Henny.
Oh,
no, there ain't no Henny, man. I don't allow that in this house.
is it E and J?
No, good old bourbon.
Oh, okay.
So
my-
local
my
brand.
gout
called
flaring up
Tide.
just smelling it.
So yeah, we were just being, racist.
No, I really thought it was Hennessy.
Oh, I heard. Me and the ancestors heard, and we ignored you. It's perfectly fine.
I didn't
yeah,
say
Edie, what are
Cavassier.
you doing? Are you doing anything comedically?
Like I said, well, other than your mom, so yeah, but kind of. So I tried to record a comedy album 3 times and failed 3 times for different reasons every time. And
That's good. At least you didn't put it out anyway.
I mean, I might have to. Like, I feel like I gotta have something to show for it for
You
all
could
of
have
my.
just put out 3 albums. You know what I mean? And just been like, I got 3
Well, I
comedy
couldn't.
albums.
The first one got held hostage by somebody that we all know very well, and
Oh
so
my
that one
god,
I
Oh,
couldn't.
we're on the Patreon. Exposed.
I want this guy. If it's who I think it is, I want this gossip so bad.
Well, I will give you the hot guys offline, but
Do they
the
wear Do they wear tracksuits?
tracksuits, not that I know of. It's not. It's a vagina person.
Yeah, who wears tracksuits? Maybe
Tracksuits. I've never known them to
who's
wear tracksuits.
perhaps feline adjacent.
Yes,
Okay,
that's the one.
I'm so okay. Yeah,
That's the one.
dude,
Absolutely.
I knew something was off about
What the fuck
them.
does adjacent?
Adjacent.
Some new words you're gonna learn later.
Sal doesn't even know what the word adjacent means.
Uh,
Okay,
uh,
I had a
associated with feline, certain themes.
yeah, I had
brand one.
a feeling there was like something weird going on with that person in that regard.
I don't think it's anything weird going on with that person. I think that person just has control issues and is
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
opportunistic. I don't think it's anything weird. I think it's very human and normal,
Well, I mean,
especially in this industry.
to be honest, we're behind a paywall. We only have like 40 people listening.
Yeah, but I mean, if she doesn't want, well, like whatever she's comfortable talking about, we don't have to go
I mean,
blasting.
I ain't gonna say nobody's name, but basically how it happened was, so y'all know how I am, right? I do not censor myself for anybody. I do not, water anything down. And of course, this other person knows that probably even better than everybody else. And so I asked her when I first decided that I wanted to do my album, I asked her for stage time because I already have somebody who could do the sound stuff. I released my first album entirely by myself. Like the only thing I didn't do the sound editing and I didn't do the actual record. Somebody else was on the board and I didn't take the photographs and I didn't do the album cover. Everything else, that was me. So,
You write all the jokes.
most of them, yes. My trauma wrote the jokes, but nonetheless, so I already know how to do a comedy album myself. So I just asked her for the stage time. And she said, well, I'm starting a comedy album label or whatever, so I wouldn't feel comfortable giving you the stage time for that because it's a conflict of interest. I said, you don't even have to advertise it as me recording the album. I really just need the stage time. I got literally everything else. She asked if I want to help with cover art stuff. I said, no, dog, I can't do it. And she said, well, yeah, I just wouldn't feel comfortable doing it with the conflict of interest. I said, all right, bet. And I said, no. I said, never mind. But then I said, you know what, this the homie. We can help each other out. We could do like a little collab thing. And so I agreed. And the agreement was the only thing you need to do, like just get asses in the seats. That's it. And you can release it on your album. I even told her, I said, bitch, you could take 15%, since it's your name on it, and you helped me get people there and all this other stuff. I told her she didn't need to pay me for the set, all this shit. She insisted on paying me for the set. Fine, whatever. I ain't gonna turn down no money. I recorded my shit. Then after the fact, I said, okay, well, yeah, just send me the raw file because again, I can edit this myself. I can edit this shit myself. And so she sends me an edited version that her boyfriend spent, I guess, 15 hours doing. Didn't nobody ask your little ragged ass boyfriend to do that shit. So.
And isn't he like a mechanic?
Correct.
Oh yeah.
So again, I did not ask your homeboy to do nothing for me. Why are you intervening in this way? She asked me what I was thinking for the album cover. I sent her the picture. She immediately started like working on it. Again, bitch, didn't ask you to do it. But okay, I guess we could throw some ideas around. So after her homeboy edited, she says, well, yeah, I think we should change the order. And I think we should take out this joke and this joke because it just flows better. And I said, bitch, hold up. Who asked you? Did I ask you anything? And even then, I said, okay, we can meet in the middle. I could come up there and re-record it. I could maybe change the order a little bit. But then I thought about it. I said, you know what? I just want to leave it as is. I just wanted how I did it because I did it like that on purpose. Then she throw at me, well, I feel like I did so much work editing and editing the cover art and shit that I'm not getting anything for it. And I said, bet. Look, I will pay you for the raw file. Didn't hear from this bitch again. Never heard from this hoe again.
Yeah.
And then she started running around Dallas Fort Worth telling everybody that, oh, Didi bad, every Didi hate. Because I immediately, like, blocked this bitch. Like, no, fuck you. Because like, I'm not playing this game with nobody. Like, you, bitch, you heard me. You saw the message. I saw you saw the message. You decided to leave that. She said, I'll think about it. Never heard from this bitch again.
I'll think about it.
Yeah, I always got the impression
Holy
From-
shit.
from
And she
her.
telling people shit about me in Fort Worth. People coming up to me, oh, I heard what happened to you and such. I said, what you mean you heard what happened? Ain't nothing happened.
Yeah,
The fuck? So yeah, that's what happened with the first one.
yeah.
And
I
why-
always got the impression, like looking at what she's been doing and like all the projects she involves herself with. I'm like, I just always felt like you're like doing way too much too soon. Like you're like, she has so many plates spinning and is like trying to become like some media mogul. I just always felt like this is like really.
She's gonna keep your fucking shit and then release like a fucking Kings of Comedy album. Mana's
Well, she
Kings of
doesn't own
Comedy.
it. She can't sell my shit. But nonetheless, but I see what you're saying, Dalton. Me, I'll never fault anybody for ambition. In fact, I admire that shit. I like people who are motivated and ambitious and have goals in mind and really set out to do that shit, especially in comedy, especially as a woman. Like when you really,
Bro,
put your
no,
shit on your back.
that's you. That's a recording of you doing comedy. She just needs to send it to you.
Yeah, but I mean, I've seen her output, and it's like, I'm doing like 2 or 3 albums a year, and selling coloring books.
Well,
and
my thing is this: I never gave you control of my image, my branding, nothing. I agreed to collaborate with you on some shit, and whatever sales were made, you could take a cut off of it because it's being released under your name, whatever. But I never gave you artistic control of any motherfucking thing. In fact, I was very clear up front. I don't need you to do shit for me when it comes to getting this album out.
It's just fucking mean.
Really, if she wanted to get some traction, she should be doing dick talk.
I thought we were all friends.
What the fuck?
Dick talk.
Yeah, because I do tit talk. So women, yeah, I
Oh,
guess.
TikTok.
Yeah,
Well, I can rate some nuts.
There you
I
go.
can rate some nut sex. Like I can really like get into like not even a dick.
honestly,
Me and Nick
I was gonna
Fields.
say, Dee, like, I think you would be great at broadcasting, and you would also be very good at rating nutsacks on TikTok.
I would. I've seen so many already. I cut my teeth, out in the streets of New Orleans, and I think I'm ready to take on the nuts of the world.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you could corner the market of nutsack reviews.
I think I could. I could.
Yeah, I mean, you would. But my philosophy on all this stuff we're talking about now is like I do appreciate stand-up albums. I think it's like a cool project and like a cool art form, like an audio stand-up recording. But I also think it's like kind of a dead thing. Like I don't know who's paying for that shit.
And for me, it's not even about trying to make money off of nothing. It's just more like an archival thing. It's kind of like marking time for me because it's like a lot of personal shit. And, I don't do internet things very well, but if somebody's looking for me, I could put them on it. And,
I think it's a great thing to do. It's a cool project, and to
but yeah, it's really for my purposes, which is why
to see it through to completion, I imagine would be very fulfilling. But I have found that what I enjoy and like something I can do, that I can actually put out, and I think you would be good at it. It is like some sort of broadcasting.
Well, I've done that quite a few times as well. I may do it again. I don't know.
Yeah, because people, I think people
trying to
would,
sign you on the network. The
No,
Billionaire
dude.
Podcast.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be on the
Ching,
Billionaire
ching.
Podcast Network, ching, bing, bing, bing,
Wow,
bing,
I
you
can
know.
be. I could be a billionaire boy. Are you serious?
Yeah. You could be the Candace Owens of the network.
Okay, I could never be a bed wench. All right. But I yeah, I mean, just to be the sole Negro representation on your entire media white network, that would be an
So
honor.
like
No, I mean,
if
also,
you will.
I think like I can understand like if you have any sort of like trepidations about doing like regular podcasting or whatever it may be, but I think people would really like flock to you because you have such a
Why does that picture keep flashing to you?
you just turned sideways. Okay, we're
Yeah,
back.
I apologize. I'm over here adjusting things. But yeah, you know what, Dalton, I don't remember you were on Chicks and Giggles. Did we have you on Chicks and Giggles before, way back?
I think so. Yeah.
Me, Terry, and I. So I did that. I had my Comedy Broads thing. I did something with Black Girl Giggles. So I had another one that is still kind of in the chamber. I just haven't really, but not unlike you, right? You know how you say like the album medium is kind of useless, which I understand. It's really just up to the discretion of the artist, honestly, whether or not they want to record that and kind of set that in stone. But I feel like podcasts are just so overdone. Everybody and their mama got one. It's like, man, and it's just a whole bunch of dudes talking shit about how women suck, or people just prattling on ad nauseum about
You said you had-
relationships.
I didn't know you watched our show.
You said it was called Black Girl Giggles?
No, we mostly just talk
it was
about like
it was for the comedy festival that
Black
I
Girl
used to
Slapping
help run.
Tables?
Stop. But I still want to do hot takes and hot cakes with Dalton Pruitt. Like that was one of the best ideas that has ever
what was
come
Hot
out of
Takes
my
and Hot Cakes? Was it like a cooking show?
No, it was just basically it was gonna be you just eating a tall stack of pancakes and just doing different angles at the camera, like really awesome. You just say a hot take, non sequitur bullshit, just camera one, camera two, back and forth, and you just slathered in butter and maple syrup and just stuff your face with hotcakes. And it's one of the best ideas that never happened. I think you should still do that.
I think like if you gamed the algorithms and gamed the internet, I think because you have such like like confidence and a big personality, and I think people would be very drawn to you, especially on like TikTok.
A big personality.
Oh, two big personalities for sure.
There
Yeah,
you go. That's what the people want to see.
yeah, because like TikTok is like such a good way to build an audience, and then like from there you could funnel them to like whatever podcast you do. But I mean, as far as like,
Well, why do you do it though? Like, what is your reason for doing it?
me,
Other than the fact that you have such a magnetic personality.
my back's against the wall. I'm just like desperate to make something of myself. Like I lost everything with like what I went through. I have a lot of problems right now that I gotta fix, and it's like
Looking at jail time, you on probation because you're not a real comedian if you've never been on probation.
Not jail time, but I've spent a considerable amount of time in like different psych wards, which
Also,
is I guess is white jail. You know,
Were you at the Denton? Remember the Denton Comedy Festival?
we all do.
That
Me
real-
and John Brown were in jail.
Who's that guy? That real estate agent? I can't remember his name.
We not gonna speak him up.
Yeah,
but-
don't even.
I remember that guy.
Don't even, bro.
But I mean, yeah, we don't have to talk shop too much. I just think like, you're very talented.
What is my favorite person to talk shop with? I mean, we always talk about shit like this.
I don't know. Yeah, I've heard like podcast listeners say like, oh, they're doing inside baseball again.
Okay.
But
what about inside the psych ward or inside the jail cell? We can do that too.
I've talked plenty about the psych ward for sure.
Well, I've been to jail 3 times. Thank you, Dallas, Texas.
I detoxed on heroin in a psych ward, and that was a fucking miserable experience.
Really? How long did that take? How long were you in there?
I did 5 days detoxing, and then I was in rehab for like a month or 30 days or whatever.
Yeah, I spent 30 days in rehab too.
Here's how I think about things nowadays, because like I've talked about this, but like all the jobs are going away. Like everybody's struggling and there's no jobs left, like with automation and just like the crushing gears of capitalism. Like everybody's kind of getting pushed to the margins. And so what's left for a lot of people is like content, is the algorithm. And so
Dalton's getting pushed to the margarines.
No one will ever push him to use margarine.
Kevin,
Never.
that's a country crock right there.
That's a dad joke. Listen, as a fellow dad, Kevin, hey, respect. I don't know if he's also adjacent. Is he adjacent for me?
But like my philosophy at this point is like everybody goes through their ups and downs and tries to figure out like how do I like, what do I do? What do I do with my life? And I'm obsessed with TikTok now because I'm really stupid. I'm just brain rotted. But
Careful.
there is a guy on TikTok who got like a pretty huge following, and it was like a big thing for a little while. His name is John Romano. And in 2004, he actually did a school shooting. Like he was like 16 or 17 years old, and he went to.
Wait, I did hear about this dude. How he's on like TikTok now and he's talking about all this shit.
Yeah, he's got like.
What does he talk about?
The last time he literally goes on there and he's like, "Hi, my name is John, and I'm a school shooter." And yeah, and he also the funniest thing that he did is he got green roomed by like some black homeless guy. Like, have you seen Green Room?
No.
There's a scene in Green Room where one of the
like Patrick Stewart joint.
Yes, remember the scene? The scene where they cut that dude's hand off, or like almost cut his hand off. So this school shooter guy was like volunteering at a homeless shelter, and some like like mentally ill like black homeless dude attacked him with swords and nearly cut his fucking hands off. And so like this school shooter, his whole profile up until like all of this was all about being a reformed school shooter, and I'm so sorry I did a school shooting. And then this happened, and he's like, "Do you think it's possible for a black person to be racist against a white person?"
Oh my god!
Is it possible for black people to be racist, Didi?
Say what now?
Is it possible for black people to be racist?
We could go into a very in-depth sociological explanation for that.
But to my point though,
you want to hear it from a rehabilitated.
My point though is, if a man who committed an act of domestic terrorism and spent 17 years in prison can get out and have a comfortable life and career as a content creator and public speaker, then I think any one of us can do the same without even having to do a school shooting. You know what I mean?
Are you sure about that?
But it would help in mine and Kevin's case.
Yeah, it's a good start.
You never know. It might be good for your brain. But are you sure he's comfortable though? Because we confront a lot on the internet. We don't know how he really living, like talking about. Like
I don't know. You never know like what someone's life is actually like. You just see like the rectangle, and I just watch it and I'm like, where's he? Has he afford all these nice decorations and books and
it is one of those things where you do have to wonder, like, is this person making a living for themselves talking about some horrible shit that they did? And I mean, what's a reform school shooter? Like, he don't shoot no more schools up? Like, what do you mean reform? Like,
he says
to go into a goblin, you know what I mean?
He said fortunately he didn't kill anybody when it happened. Like he was a bad shot. And so
what?
He may not have wanted to kill anybody, and I don't want to, make.
No wonder I never heard of this fucking loser.
And I don't want to make any excuses for him, but maybe he really didn't set out to actually kill anybody.
Maybe. I mean, what ended up happening was he fired at a few people and missed, and then he got tackled by a vice principal. And
the varsity quarterback.
Yeah, and in that tussle, the gun discharged, and he like blew a teacher's leg, like a hole in their leg or something.
Like the movie, what was that movie? Deliverance.
Yeah,
where
he got fucked in the ass as well.
No, not Deliverance.
So there were no banjos involved.
With Samuel Jackson and Matthew McConaughey.
Oh, Time to Kill.
To Kill, where he goes in there and shoots that police guard and his leg fucking explodes.
Yeah.
But I mean, from a human standpoint, that is very interesting to me. I'm very much an advocate of like restorative justice and giving people a chance to actually be better people. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know, like that feels weird to me. Like him just, it feels
Yeah,
weird in the sense that I don't even know what it means for us as a society to have like a quote unquote reformed school shooter out here in the world, just on TikTok
yeah,
talking about.
yeah.
It's a
It's
small group.
it's one of those things where it's like I I think there should be a chance for like some sort of reformation and like rehabilitation. I don't know if somebody like that deserves a career as a public figure and like
Like a whole platform. Unless he's
yeah.
rehabilitating others. I mean, if his purpose
He
is to like help
says
other people,
he claims that what he's trying to do is prevent school shootings.
right?
Yeah,
Preventative measure, and that would be nice. That would be nice if somebody did something. They won't take guns out of motherfuckers' hands, but sure, let's talk to them.
but
Whatever.
here's how my mind works is like I'm thinking in terms of the grifter, and it's like that's how you got to grift is take like all the weird fucked up shit you've done and pivot and use that as your your con job to
Right,
like
because anybody could do that, right? Anybody could, like, what was that dude name? Well, speaking of grifters, what's your boy? The Tinder swindler. Like, what if he just had a TikTok all of a sudden teaching hoes how to scam? I don't know. Like, it's
yeah,
just, I'm
yeah,
sure he's
or
very popular doing that.
yeah, like that, or like like Ben Shapiro's another, like he wanted to be a screenwriter and he sucked shit at it, so now he's
He
like,
shucks shit at a lot. He shucks shit
yeah,
at eating pussy too, I'm sure, and
yeah,
pleasing a woman
he
sexually.
just sucks in general.
Can you
But
imagine?
you know he he built a
Uh,
media empire
uh,
from
uh,
his failure as a
uh.
screenwriter.
That's-
One of my favorite,
Why
Didi,
is it not wet?
do you know about
Why
the
is it
hot
not wet?
Didi, do you know about the oh yeah, he did do he did the wet ass pussy breakdown where he's like
He did,
a
or
woman's
how
vagina.
vagina shouldn't be wet or something. He
Yeah,
said something to the effect that vagina
He's
shouldn't
like,
be wet.
now, here's the deal. If you have a regular vagina, he's like, this is a lot of water for a normal woman. This is a lot of moisture. Why is her vagina so wet? It was like a breakdown, like a literal translation of the song.
Yeah,
You need a bucket and a mop.
he did a whole like treatise on how little he knows about pussy. Like he just did a whole like diatribe about I know zero things about vagina. I'm probably a virgin.
macaroni in a pot. Okay,
You know?
Okay.
It's supposed to sound like metal scraping against each other.
If it's
Well, no, he'd
overcooked.
be like macaroni in a pot. That's food. No, like
Yeah.
Um,
And then his main point at the end, and he's like, women, this is what you're fighting for. He's like, this is why you have rights. He's like, so you can have your wet ass pussies. It's like, actually, yeah.
yeah.
you know,
that is so.
you know who
And the song's a fucking hit. So I mean, what's your argument?
you know who two of my favorite grifters are, and Dee, this is something you could consider if you just want to make money with like do away with any scruples you might have. Do you know about the Hodge twins?
Oh Lord.
Hodge and Podge.
Dude, I love the Hodge twins. It's so ridiculous.
They
These
were
the
at the
Island
Improv
Boys?
before. Didn't they go on tour like stand up comedy? Because I remember they were at the Addison Improv at one point.
Yeah, they do tours
everywhere.
and they do a
Oh,
ton of
man,
stuff. Like
these
they do like
Hodge Boys.
they just did like a Ram truck giveaway for they were wildly successful as like Kevin Sal. I don't know. Dee knows who they are. I'm glad she does.
I know who they are.
It's like they're like alt-right, right-wing Jesus and Muro.
Oh, I know all the alt-right grifters. I listen to Knowledge Fight. It is my favorite podcast. So as a result, and QAnon.
Oh
and
yeah,
nonsense
I've
and all
seen these
that.
guys.
So,
Yeah. What is
yeah.
Knowledge Fight? I don't even
Oh
know
my
this.
God, no, you may love Knowledge Fight. I don't know. Knowledge Fight is basically these two dudes used to be stand-up comedians, and they basically go through damn near every episode of Alex Jones and just like break down every lie he tells, and just with the proof and stuff. And they go through like his books. They've done like stuff on I think they did some stuff on Ben Shapiro, all kind of shit. Like they go through all the people, like Tucker Carlson, like they just talk about a lot of shit, but it's mainly centered on specifically Alex Jones.
So it's an
And
Alex
everybody in
Jones
his orbit.
reaction show.
Not reaction, is more like just like the granular details of what his actual kind is and the things that actually happened outside of what he say on his show. It's very
Okay.
interesting. It gets into like a lot of historical shit about like conservatism and in the budding alt right movement or far right, whatever shit you want to call it. But you know,
Okay.
it's very interesting.
Dee, did you ever come across a guy? He came through a backdoor in Dallas a lot. Alex Stein. Do you know who that is?
No, I didn't go to Backdoor a lot because every time I so much as mentioned, like, suicide, Linda gave me a talking to. And I love Linda. That's my dog. But I don't know. I don't have the Backdoor material.
Yeah.
And usually I spend my time at Backdoor drunk talking to Ziggy. So that's what I did.
You definitely have backdoor material.
Yeah,
but
for those listening, those that don't know, Linda is sort of like the Mitzi Shore of Dallas. Like she was just this little old lady who seems like she might be nice, but is actually kind of mean.
Well, she's always been nice to me. Jan was the one that I kind of was like, I don't know. But Linda, she was always real cool to me. I never had a problem with her. I just don't have backdoor comedy material, which is odd that it's called backdoor comedy and you have to be totally clean. I don't know if they.
Yeah, it definitely goes to show like Linda is kind of oblivious to double entendre.
Right. It's like you think backdoor comedy, you think of butthole stuff. But that's just me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I look for Alex Stein.
Do you know who he is?
No, absolutely not. I have no idea who Alex Stein is.
Oh, he's like a right-wing guy. He's doing all the Dalton, you know who he is, right?
Yeah, we've talked about him. Yeah, he's like in the manosphere, right wing, sort of like. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He's like a failed comedian. And he got into.
But aren't they all? But aren't they all like that? What's his name? Pun or whatever.
That's me, baby. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm doing song reactions.
Steven, whatever. All these dudes that have these podcasts who are failed comedians.
Damn.
And they all do the same thing. Like they're not funny, but they notice that they have a very niche audience with people who also have no sense of humor. And
Dee, stop. This is too real. I don't like this. You really do know some psychology.
I know. It's fun to know people on that deep level. But the Hodge twins, I find those to be some very interesting Negroes of the same ilk as Candace Owens and the like. They don't have a mental illness to fall back on like Kanye for the stupid shit they say, and they don't have his money or talent. So they're pretty much very forgettable creatures.
Yeah, look, I want to ask you because my dad is the one who like loves them and has like tried to get me to watch them, and I've said this that he doesn't get what I mean when I say this, and maybe you understand this because you're more like observant and intuitive. But like when you listen to people like that, you can hear the like lack of like how disingenuous they are.
Right. Well, I think all of them are like Alex Jones, like Ben Shapiro, like Tucker Carlson. Like these people aren't necessarily, they're not serious people, they're not sincere. But they do understand that, like I said, there's a niche audience. There are a group of people who are desperate for this type of content and who will throw money at it just so they can feel like they're right. So
yeah, but I've listened to these people like Tucker Carlson, Hodgson, any of these people, and like listening to them, I can hear in their voice and their cadence just that. I'm like, I don't think they even believe what they're saying. I'm like,
that's Dalton's uncle, Tucker Carlson.
That is my uncle, yeah.
Uncle Tuck.
Yeah.
Uncle Tuck. So the bow ties, what was up with that? And was it like, did he see like Farrakhan and say that was kind of like a cute vibe? Like what was it?
Yeah, he saw like a Mr. Bojangles. he saw like a Gollywog doll and was like, I guess that could be my outfit. Oh, speaking of,
Pee Wee Herman.
I don't know if that's a racist term. I think it is, but have y'all watched Tales from the Hood too?
Yes, of course. Actually, I kind of know somebody who knows somebody in it. Weird enough.
I started watching it the other night, and that first sequence, like Keith David's great in it. And he's great.
I don't know how they got him to do it. Like, how much do you think they paid Keith David to be a part of that shit? Like,
I think Keith David is like the Black Eric Roberts, where it's like he'll do great shit, and he'll also do like the most low budget bullshit.
Because that was terrible. Like, their whole budget had to be him. Like,
yeah. But yeah,
you can't just throw $10,000 at him and say, please.
Yeah, but he's great in it. But that first sequence where they go to that museum and like she fucks that doll, I was watching it like This is one of the most insane things I've ever seen. Like, I can't believe that
I
somebody
didn't
wrote
understand it.
this and it made it through production. And like, I can't believe Keith David's involved with this.
Well, I just didn't understand like the point. I said, is this about like, I don't know, like some cuckold shit? Is this like about, you know, the shame of bearing a child for a black man? Like, I don't understand.
I couldn't figure
The fuck is this?
because the thing is, the first movie and even like Snoop Dogg's Hood of Horror are morality tales. So
Right,
they
right.
like
It's just
each
like Tales from the Crypt. It's tales of consequence and shit.
yeah, but that first sequence where they break in and she fucks the doll and then gives birth to like a million gollywogs, I was like, I don't understand what the lesson is here. Like,
You
what
know what
did
the
it?
lesson is? The
Don't
lesson
fuck.
is white women minding black people business all the time. We just always got to be up in our shit, and this is what had me. You just got to be all involved to tie it together with my situation with this person that we were speaking of that is feline adjacent. Just don't let white women get involved in none of your shit because they just do all kind of wrong things with it. Like, that's not what the doll was for. But white women don't know what to do when they come in contact with black culture. It mystifies them and it intrigues them in sexual ways. I hate it.
Yeah, well, white women typically absorb black culture through like this transitive property where they get it secondhand from black, like gay men.
Didi,
Like,
let's settle something. Can we settle something? Am I white?
Sure.
Am I white? Or Italian people white?
I don't
No.
know. Do you feel white?
No, not around white
Okay,
people.
well, there you have it.
Not around white.
I've been
They
telling
want
Sal
to
for
feel
weeks.
Not around
that-
the real ones.
I've been trying to tell Sal for weeks. We're gonna have
Not around police.
a box to check that white, not Italian.
Well, see, this is the thing. But white, I say that Italian people are white simply for they're leaning into the construct of whiteness as a tool of oppression because they can't stand niggas. But no, y'all technically not white, but y'all don't know that.
Yeah.
In Italy.
Here's an idea.
I didn't mean to bum you out.
This
Sal.
is something. Here's an idea for you, Didi. What if you made a video of you listening to like Hotel California for the first time?
I've heard that song many times. I can sing it very well, but I
I
enjoy the Eagles.
I know that, but I'm saying,
And
what
I
if?
think when you make a video about you listening to Cream for the first time, I'm like, where the fuck have you been all your life? Like, where
No.
It's not
Real
real.
talk.
It's not real.
I've heard the song before.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I'm doing the white version of when you see like all these black YouTubers who are like, man, I ain't never heard of no Nirvana.
And I refuse to believe this has to be like this has to be like Gen Z kids. Like, it has to be like 20 or younger.
I've seen
25 or
guys.
younger.
I've seen guys in their like 30s and 40s who legitimately like their videos are presenting as though they've never heard like Queen, like they've never heard like yeah. So
that don't make sense to me. And I can't speak for all black people. Black folks are not a monolith, but we all lived on MTV and VH1 as kids.
yeah. So
Black people to a great extent BET, but we were all like constantly watching MTV and VH1 when we was little. So
yeah,
So
so
yeah,
I started doing what I call Caucasian critic, where it's just it's me.
Caucasian critic.
It's me
Oh, are you
listening.
gonna try seasoning for the first time? You should try that. You should try like
Seasoning.
seasoned food.
Seasoning,
You
yeah.
should season something.
And don't even cook with it. Just take some Tony Saturates and just eat it.
Just like, yeah, I've never heard of this before. It's just seasoning. I got
Just
some
different bowls. Just have
What
one of
is-
like
what is
cayenne,
this?
one of Tony Saturates, one of Lowry.
Lowry's.
This one's called cumin.
What's this? Paprika. Huh.
Yeah,
You know?
Seasons for the holidays.
yeah, but I've just been doing like my version of that, and it's like I actually do try to approach it from like a place of sincerity where I'm like actively listening to the song, even though it's like it's not really the first time I've heard it, but I am like actually trying to do like a pretty sincere analysis as though it is. But
I can say that I haven't listened to much Linkin Park. I didn't even really listen to that album that they did with Jay-Z. I could probably do
if you want to print money, just start making videos of you listening to Linkin Park for the first time. You were good, like the Jinko
wanna
boys
print
from
money?
The Jinko Jeans boys from the early 2000s are going to start handing you money if you do that.
Which I've never listened to like Linkin Park or anything. I don't think I've really ever listened to 311. I've listened to a lot of Sublime in my life. But I never really got into 311.
You need to do some react. You
311
on the network.
Like Really Big Fish. I don't know much about Really Big Fish. Like a lot of ska pass.
Oh, what about just Fish?
Yeah,
Fish. I have never listened to Fish before. Oh my God.
Oh, man.
I have never listened to Fish before.
Me neither. I've never been into that sort of like jam band thing.
Or Grateful Dead. I've never listened to Grateful Dead. Like they're all
they're hard to listen to.
Have you listened to Fishbone?
I don't think I've even heard of Fishbone.
Oh, they were another like Scott, but they're actually like black guys. But yeah, they're
Wait, is that the one that Whitey Ford was in? Is that the one that Whitey Ford? What was his name?
It's House of Pain.
Whitey Ford was in House of Pain. House of Pain, or was it House of Pain?
I don't know. I don't know who was in Fishbone. They were
Whitey Ford. You're talking about Everlast.
Everlast. That's what Everlast. That's
what about Everclear?
Everclear. Well, I will buy you a new life. Yeah, is that them? Is that Everclear? I will buy you a new life.
My mom's gonna hit my dad.
I think I have listened to Everclear, but like that alt era, most of it passed me by. I'm not gonna lie.
I think get a divorce.
There's a lot of ways to mystify and bedazzle white people on the internet, and one of them would be listening to Linkin Park.
Yeah, I've really never engaged that content at all, Linkin Park. But I'm more of like a heavy metal person. Like I fuck with Slay and Metallica. And
there you go. That's another one.
You like
dude, I love watching black people listen to heavy metal.
Audio Slave.
Where do you engage in this, Kevin? Where do you go to listen to white? Black people listen to heavy metal.
It's the YouTube channel for just about anything.
YouTube there's so much a gold mine on YouTube of just like either like early 20s or even people in their 30s and 40s, like black people just listening to songs for the first time and doing like it almost comes across as like a minstrel show in the way they're reacting to it. It's
like David Blaine, I guess, but I think that black people have learned that bemuses the whites when we react to things that way.
Yes.
So we play it up because like all that other shit.
It's like that movie. It's like that movie Bamboozled.
Listen,
right, like we
really
get it. Like we know how to appeal to y'all. We could say like some shit about selling drugs and living in the projects, and y'all eat that shit up, whether or not that's really out there.
Like when y'all are taking in something new, like the way that you like appreciate things, be like, it just that dude said I'm the highway. In general,
black people are like facial, like real black people reaction is way more like facial expression.
It's
not always verbal. It's like in the body. It's like
you have rhythm even when you're reacting to things. It's like
watching y'all react would be more interesting than watching any other race react.
And that is true. You
imagine watching like a Chinese person react to something.
By the way,
I do love watching Asian people react to white people shit. I really do. They get pissed with y'all. They get really mad. They get so mad.
Speaking of that's another one of my favorite things I've seen online. It was like this old like Korean couple, and it was a video of them like trying like collard greens and black eyed peas and shit.
Oh yeah, their daughter makes it for them, right? Like their daughter makes it for them, and they try it for the first time. Yeah, I've seen that. I have definitely seen that. But what I'm thinking of is this Asian dude. I forget what nationality he is, but he reacts to white people making food, like making stuff like rice. And
are you talking about Uncle Roger?
It might be Uncle Roger.
Yeah, where he's like, "Hi, yeah."
He's hilarious.
I love Uncle Roger.
The guy in the orange shirt.
I fucking love Uncle Roger.
Hi, you know, wash your rice.
Yes. Yeah, dude. You know that's totally fake accent.
Off the Jackie Chan show. He's sound like Uncle off the Jackie Chan cartoon, and I just live for it.
Yeah,
fakes that whole persona.
But I mentioned Bamboozled earlier, and speaking of Dee Dee, how you feeling about Michael Rappaport these days?
I that's another one that I don't engage, and I never have. I don't get the allure. I don't see. He's yelling. I mean, where is he from? Like Brooklyn? I don't know.
He's from so here's the thing about Rappaport.
Ian Rappaport?
Michael Rappaport.
All I know is that he was on Higher Learning and he was the racist, and that he was the one that shot all them black folks.
Here, the thing about Rappaport is like a lot of the stuff I've seen him in as an actor, he is a pretty good actor, especially in like those smaller like character actor roles.
Yeah,
Like, he was really good in Higher Learning.
But in real life, like him as a personality, especially lately, he is unhinged. He is absolutely like crazy and kind of stupid.
Because I remember, didn't he go hard on which basketball player? Was it Kevin Durant? Like they was going back and forth in the comments, or like in
That was
DMs?
Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, it's I don't know. He's like now he's like full. He's kind of relinquished his like black card that he was gifted by like Spike Lee and Tribe Called Quest, and gone.
Which is the gag, because there's no such thing as a black card, and that's how white people get fucked up. Like they lied to you. Ain't no such
Yeah,
thing.
because I got my black card. And you're like,
But
first of
I think for a long time, Michael
Not real.
Rappaport was one of the few, forgive me, Wiggers who did become an honorary member because
he didn't. What happened is certain black people fuck with him, and because he felt like he had the clout of those famous black people, he felt like he was in a position to like stand in some sort of transcendent blackness, or stand in
like
some
no, I
sort of,
really
like,
do have black friends. Like
right, like some gifted.
like I know y'all say
Dude,
that.
he really is like if I have black friends as a person, like
Right. And it's not even that. It's like, oh, you know, the brothers, they fuck with me. You know, the brothers, they fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? I be in the hood. You know what I'm saying? You know, I love sneakers and stuff, yo. And it's like, okay, just because you talk like that, if you talk like that, and you got the new J's on or whatever, and you listen to Wu-Tang and your homeboy is Spike Lee. And that's the problem that I find, especially in this shared culture that we have. Like now that we just all culture permeates, you know, throughout the universe because of social media. It just the proximity to blackness for white people makes them feel like they've been attributed some type of black identity, which is never the case.
No, it makes me so uncomfortable.
And they gotta stop that shit. Because a bitch like me, I'll slap you. Like, don't come around me that you can say, nigga, I'll punch you in your chest, dog.
No, every
And
time I'm
that's
around black people, it's like that scene in Animal House when they go to that bar and they're like, "We are going to die."
But the more I hang out with y'all, the less I want to say it.
Well, I mean, because that's the thing. If you really care about your black friends, you wouldn't even want to.
Right,
And that's the conversation I found myself having with just any non-black people. I punched a Mexican at a comedy club because he insisted that because he grew up in poverty, that they gave him permission to say the N-word to me, and I shouldn't react.
A lot of them do.
Like, now
Puerto
I'm
Ricans and stuff.
That you think like, you know, the African American experience is synonymous with poverty. Fuck you. Bitch, I didn't grow up poor. My daddy worked in the oil field. Fuck you. Like I live in a home growing up. Like I'm not.
I don't know.
So
I don't know if Mexicans can say, but Puerto Ricans for sure.
Well, they're black. They're of the diaspora.
My ex, by the way, like the
Except for Jennifer Lopez, because Jennifer, I don't know, we still on the fence about her. She don't know what she want to be.
my ex, by the way, had like her complexion was like close to yours. Like she was very dark in her complexion, but she was like,
oh yeah, she was a Mexican broad, right? She was a dark
Puerto
Mexican.
Rican. And when I first met her, I actually like the way I approached her was I was like, so what were you, some kind of octoroon or something? and then we dated for a couple months.
Nice.
Dalton. I need that to not be the way that you spit game at a melanated woman. Do not ask women to see some sort of octoroon. And I do remember that line from Archer, so don't do that no more.
Well, she was also a comedy fan. She kind of got it right.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! You ask somebody if they're an octoroon, I would have punched you in your chest. Like, at least a throat check. What the fuck is wrong with you, dog?
But
like,
she definitely was a Puerto Rican who said the N-word. I got text messages. The thing.
Most Puerto Ricans I know, like Puerto Ricans, Cubans, like people from like the island, but they Taino people. They were part of the, you know, the Atlantic slave trade. Like they're part of the diaspora, whether some of them want to admit it or not, right?
What about Chet Hanks?
Chetty boy. Chetty boy. I mean, I know he believes he's Trini, and that's fine. You do a great accent.
What about?
Did you see that thing he said? He went on the Adam Friedland show and he said one of the funniest things, like one of one of the funniest sentences I've ever heard uttered by a human being, where they were talking about like hooking up with ladies, and he goes, "Man, I ain't had white sex since like 2008."
Now I said all that about not giving a black card, and I ain't giving Chet Hanks one, but he did have like he did press charges on some black girl that lived in Pearland, some Houston broad that was crazy and that was putting hands on him. So he ain't got a black card, but I give him a fist bump. Like, all right, you got me a little bit. You fuck with a Houston bitch, and you live to tell it. All right, okay. You ain't got no black card, but I see you, Chet. I see you.
Yeah, but the thing with Rappaport now is he's relinquished any either real or perceived blackness he might have had, and he's gone full Zionist. He is like, I don't know if you have to go watch his like daily updates where
So
he's
now
just
he's Jews?
he is Jewish. He's a Zionist, so he hates.
Wait, I'm sorry, it's the opposite, not anti-Semitic. So he's very much like Israel is the one true nation, that's the sacred land of Israel.
Yes, and so he's like very
gotcha.
anti-Palestine, and he's like daily just going on there and being like, these fucking savage animal rapists, just talking about like what he claims is just Hamas. He's like, I'm talking about Hamas, but it's like he's definitely against the ceasefire. He wants the state of Israel to absolutely turn Palestine to glass.
And that just makes my point. The main white people that want that I guess passed down gifted blackness, like they want that clout, they want that affirmation from black people, like they down, like when they wanted that
so
bad.
close.
That's because
He gave it
secretly,
up.
it's because underneath it, there's a very, very, very white person, perhaps one of the worst.
We say Jews aren't white.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, look, I see what I didn't know what a Jew was until I got to like college. I just thought it meant that you was funny.
All the Jew hate going around recently.
No, I just thought, but I'm serious.
Bro,
like, I really
so
thought
happy.
Jewish just meant funny. I just thought Jewish just meant funny.
Yeah, you just knew Jews as like, oh, yeah, like Seinfeld, like it's just
right, the comedians. Oh yeah, Mel Brooks.
The ones from Hollywood, yeah.
That's all I thought Jewish meant funny. Whoopi Goldberg is Jew. Okay, funny, whatever. Like that's what it means.
I love that her Judaism is based on like, have you read like her comments on that where she's like, yeah, I just feel Jewish.
You ever seen
good for you.
Pie by Darren Aronofsky?
Yes,
so
I've seen Pie.
Those Jews, the evil Jews.
Sal, it's crazy what you do and don't know. They like you've seen Pie.
I love Pie.
That's crazy. Like you know so little, but every now and then you hit me with that where it's like, oh, you've seen an Aronofsky film.
Yeah, I do like him.
I don't even know.
What's
See,
his
that's
name?
when I don't know who it is. Like I don't know who that is.
Aronofsky.
His name.
It was his first movie,
No,
and then after that, he made Requiem for a Dream.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I know Requiem for a Dream because Marlon Wayans is in it.
Mm-hmm. A really great performance.
I was obsessed with that movie for a while.
Well, he's a great actor. He doesn't get enough. He's not that funny as a stand-up comedian at all, but he's an absolutely amazing actor. And I
would like to try to have girls over.
He's great in that. He's great in The Lady Killers.
Want to watch Requiem for a Dream?
Remember The Lady Killers, the Coen Brothers movie
with Hanks.
Yes, Marlon Wayans is very good in that.
I think he's very good in pretty much damn near every movie that he's been in.
Scary Movie
Wayne's
2.
brother just put out the comedy special.
I think it was him. He's the only one that's been put out.
It's really fucking funny.
Have you ever ran into him?
No.
He talks about Jada and Will the slap, but
that happened like
I was
years ago.
dying, dude.
No, I don't know. Like Marlon Wayans has let me down a lot stand-up wise. Like the first one he did, it sounded like he was just reading somebody's like top tweets or something. It was just very like phoned in and very surface level.
He was talking about how Jada put a curse on him or something.
Do y'all want to rank the Wayanses? I think number one is.
Do you want me to rank them in order of like which I would have sex with them? Like, is that what we're doing? Because I could do that.
We'll do both.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think just in overall like talent and quality and body of work, and then I guess in terms of fuckability.
Okay, so fuckability is easy for me because I've thought about this a lot. Marlon Wayans number one, obviously. Damon was number two until he said that crazy shit about the women who accused Bill Cosby. So now he's like at the bottom of that list. He's the best stand-up comedian of the family, but number one, he's the funniest one, Damon, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So funny, Damon, fuckability, Marlon is number one. Keenan Ivory Wayans has to be number two in all regards, just because he's like the reason they exist.
Yes.
Comedically.
Yes.
He created the dynasty, as it were.
Yes.
And you know, everything he does typically turns out well. And he knows when to shut the fuck up too. That's what I like about him. He don't be saying shit. And then there's Damon Wayans Jr. would definitely have sex with that. Definitely would have sex with that. He has to be number two on the sex list. Keenan would have to be number three on the sex list. He's too tall. He's too tall.
Mm-hmm.
Do you fuck Nick Cannon still?
No, I've never found that man attractive, but he's not a Wayans, so he doesn't apply in this conversation. Now,
No, he's
Kim
just another
Wayans.
black dude.
I would say Kim Wayans might be my number three Wayans, and I would say last on the list for fuckability simply because of her vagina. But she's hilarious. She's a great actress. How many Wayans do we have? There's Craig Wayans.
You miss Sean.
You know a lot more Wayans than I do.
Oh no, I didn't. I didn't miss Sean at all. He's low. I didn't miss him. He's low on both lists as far as.
Okay.
We just haven't got to him.
He's low. And then there's Chantel. I love Chantel Wayans. She's the up and coming Wayans.
Yeah,
I find her to be quite hilarious. And even as a stud, I would put her on number 4 on the fuckability list just because she's a stud. She's pretty. I've never had sex with a stud before, but she could be the first. I don't know.
Yeah.
What's considered a stud?
I had to pull up the Wikipedia page for the Wayans family because I forgot. There's so many of them.
There's so many. I think brothers and sisters, like the original Wayans, I think there's 13 of them.
What about Bruce Wayans?
Got Val Kilmer. Yeah.
I'm lightheaded.
Yeah. Speaking of the Wayans brothers, it's like there's like this weird revisionist history happening with like cinema now, where I've seen online people go like talking about how they wish that that there were like parody movies as good as like the Scary Movie franchise still being made, and I'm looking at this like these movies fucking sucked.
No, they're terrible. I've never liked the Scary Movies franchise. I really don't like them. I really don't like. I never have.
Even when I was that age, like when I was like of the appropriate age to find that funny.
When I was like 16, I was in high school.
I always thought they were just upsetting and like very, very lowbrow and just not.
That's exactly that's the word I was about to use. I thought they were very lowbrow. I thought they were very like not even just unintelligent. It felt like lazy humor to me. It was very superficial, surface level type stuff.
It always felt lazy, and it always felt like just things were happening. There wasn't a lot of like connective tissue within the movies.
It was always like black people are like this and white folks are like this. It felt like that to me.
Yeah, it just felt like
a lot of homophobic jabs, a lot of like anti-black female stereotypes. Like I never liked them.
Yeah,
you didn't think that the gym teacher with the giant balls was funny?
The little hand was funny, but that's like very ableist. But the little hand
was funny.
I like the only sequence I think in any of those movies I thought was funny was the opening like Exorcist parody from Part 2 with Andy Richter and James Woods and Natasha Lyonne, where like from the jump Andy Richter hits us with 2 N-bombs. They're singing that mystical song at the piano. And, yeah, so right away Andy Richter hits us with 2 N-bombs, and then Natasha Lyonne comes downstairs and pisses real hard and long, and then James Woods shows up, and he's very funny as the like Father Karras character. But then when it gets into the actual movie, when it's like Anna Faris and all the Wayans or whatever, it's like, oh, this sucks. This is a bad.
Yeah, it really did suck. But you know, not for nothing. Again, Keenan Ivory Wayans, the Godfather of they shit, made one of the greatest, I think, parody films of all time. With "I'm Gonna Get You Sucker." Like "I'm Gonna Get You Sucker" is amazing from beginning to end, top to bottom.
Let me get just one rib.
You know, like just from top to bottom, hilarious. And then that Scary Movie shit, I was like, oh, that's what we've been waiting for. Don't drink your juice while, don't drink your ginger juice while, whatever. You know, that.
Yeah. Don't be a
Don't-
menace.
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't diminish the South Central while drinking your juice in the hood. That's the one.
Yeah.
But Juice was a little bit off because Juice wasn't a West Coast film, but whatever.
I like that movie.
Like that one was really funny. Like, Don't Be a Menace. And I'm
We're
going
talking
to
about Juice with Tupac, right?
Yeah, Juice, but that's the East Coast film, and the point was it was a West Coast gangster film.
The thing with like parody movies, especially like the scary movie franchise, but like any movie that's like not even like satire, but just parody, is there's nothing grounding it. So you are just watching like very loosely connected like bits and riffs and skits, but there's no like there's nothing to hold on to. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I don't give a shit about these characters. There's like the plot is very thin, and it feels like we're just watching like really shitty sketches. That
What about Leslie Nielsen?
like that was always
He's so
like,
funny.
yeah.
But
I mean,
love
there's
Airplane. I love the Naked Guns. Like I loved his.
Yeah.
there's
It
exceptions
was the
to
greatest
yeah.
comedy duo was Leslie Nielsen and OJ Simpson.
Airplane and Naked Gun,
Oh my god.
Underrated.
but like
What's up,
that
Twitter world?
that moment in time when it was like scary movie and epic movie and disaster, like all these like parody
I
movies,
hated all of them. I hated all
they
of them.
they were all terrible.
All terrible. Every
And
last one.
yeah, and it's like it's different than like a satire film. Like there's not a lot of serious happening, like not a lot of like grounding necessarily in Blazing Saddles, but
Right.
that movie gives you like characters that you can connect to, and there's a plot, and there's like growth and development, and it, like there's like a 3-act structure to it. Whereas
And then
like
even the way it ends, even the way they kind of like take the ending and say, fuck it, we didn't feel like writing the ending, so we just doing this breaking the fourth
Wait, no
wall shit.
spoilers. I haven't seen it yet.
yeah,
It's on my list.
I'm sorry, Blazing Saddles is on your list.
Yeah.
How old is he? 13? Like
I'm
what
30,
is what?
almost 33.
Right, Salvatore. Salvatore.
But Blazing Saddles
Maron!
Blazing Saddles absolutely
Ma, get in here!
Blazing Saddles earns that ending. Like
This guy didn't see fucking Blazing Saddles!
like that ending definitely is very abrupt and kind of comes out of nowhere, but like what you've seen up until that point is so fucking good that
No, that French mistake scene is like one of my favorite scenes of any movie ever. The French with Dom DeLuise.
yes.
With the French, we're doing the French mistake. Funniest shit I've ever seen in a movie. And the fact that they worked that in,
Yeah.
it just does my heart good. Like, can we just just do the stupidest shit we've ever seen? Complete non sequitur, nothing to do with the film, but it's funny, so it's going in. But you are correct. A lot of parodies just they don't hold up.
No, yeah, and that was like what was disturbing to me on like going on Twitter and seeing people like, man, I miss these movies, and it's like scary movie clips, and I'm like, these movies really fucking suck.
They were terrible films from top to bottom.
People miss
Very
terrible
little.
shit. That's nostalgia is like remembering things better than they were.
Yeah,
But I like to remember things that were bad and appreciate them for being bad. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
you see a
Honestly,
terrible film.
yeah.
Like Halloween. What was the Halloween? What was it? H2O, the one with Busta Rhymes.
that was Halloween. I think it was Resurrection.
It was Resurrection. Terrible film. I love it so much because it's that terrible. Like I love it
Yeah.
for how bad it is. So I just can't.
Which is the one where he was Lawrence, I think it's Lawrence Fishburne was in the bathroom and he's like, I need to release this beast in peace.
Lawrence Fishburne wasn't even in a Halloween movie.
I think
have no
he
idea what
was.
you're
Yeah.
talking- You're thinking of Event Horizon.
Really?
No,
God damn
I have no idea, dude.
I think that was Boys in the Hood.
Did y'all see the last Halloween movie, Halloween Ends?
No, I didn't.
Does it
I
end?
saw the second to last one. I didn't see the last one.
It's
Jamie
Does it
Lee
end?
Curtis shows up and fucking choke slams him.
kind of, yeah. I mean,
She's 80 fucking 1 years old.
it's an
music.
it's
gonna
an interesting
Drown him in a vat of Activia.
it's an interesting it's an interesting movie because like the Halloween Kills spends all this time making Michael Myers this like force of nature, like this. Yeah, like in that movie, he's made to be almost like like a supernatural, just unkillable machine that like fucks up this town. And then in the third movie, he's kind of an afterthought. Like they introduced this new character who's the one that's like kind of the main antagonist of the movie. and Michael Myers is like relegated to this almost like tertiary villain role who like shows up in
And
the
that's in
third.
Halloween Ends, or is that Halloween Kills?
As Halloween ends.
Okay, because Halloween Kills, he definitely was the main dude. So Halloween
Remember
Ends,
Halloween Town?
Calabar.
I
Yeah.
fucking love me some Halloween Town.
Um,
So that girl is specially abled, right? The one that stars in it. She has a. Is she specially?
Yeah.
maybe, but Halloween ends is hilarious because like the opening sequence is setting up like who the protagonist that becomes the antagonist is going to be.
Well,
And
because at the end of Halloween Ends, they like trap him in the basement, right? Like Jamie Lee Curtis basically sets a trap for him in the
Yeah.
basement to
Room
kill
with a
him.
hole in the
yeah, and then
basement.
in Halloween ends, he's like Michael Myers is like living in the sewer.
That's how they get him.
And so like the main guy who's like the protagonist who becomes the antagonist, it opens with him. He's like been hired to babysit at this like really affluent home.
He hired the baby to do a fucking private show.
Yes. And the movie opens with the kid is like fucking with him. So he goes into like one of the rooms of the house and the kid locks the door on him. And he's like banging on the door, like, get me the fuck out of here. And he bangs on this door and knocks it off its hinges, and it slams into this kid and knocks him off the like stairwell. And the kid plummets like 2 stories down to the floor and fucking dies. And that's like the opening of the movie is that, and then like his arc through the rest of the movie is he's the guy in this town who killed this family's kid. And he's trying to like figure out what to do with his life, and Jamie Lee Curtis's like daughter ends up dating it. It's such a weird fucking movie.
So that's how they connected. That's the connective tissue between him and Michael Myers. So what, he faced off against Michael Myers and he slit Michael Myers' throat, and what, he the man now? Like he got the juice? Like I don't
No,
understand.
he ends up
We got the
becoming
juice now.
he ends up becoming like the main villain. Like he for whatever reason ends up like hanging out with Michael Myers, and it inspires him to also become a killer.
Go for a couple polls.
What's the guy's name from Clockwork Orange?
Malcolm McDowell.
Yeah, he was in one of those ones.
He was in the Rob Zombie. He played Dr.
That's
Luke.
the best one.
No.
God.
no.
Yes.
Those movies are trash, dude.
What the fuck? How good can that
You
movie
love
be?
them
Like, what's the
because they're
potential
bad.
of one of those movies?
They're really bad. The Rob
You
Yeah,
love
Zombie.
then
them,
that's
like,
gotta
I
be the
love them
best
because
one.
they're bad.
The best one is the first one, the one that John
The
Carpenter
actual
actually.
good one, yes. The
Yeah.
actually
Nah,
legitimate
I like the Rob
cinematically
Zombie
good.
remake.
No, Halloween 2 though. Halloween 2 is when he was in the asylum with the psychiatrist.
The hospital, yeah.
Yeah, that was the good one. But like the rest of them are just
I
terrible.
like the first one's the best. I think part 3 is really interesting because they tried to.
There's no Michael.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
it's like
Yeah, they
Caesar
tried.
Witch.
They tried to do like an anthology. They were like, let's just call this Halloween, but it'll be like a different story, and people hated
Caesar
it.
Witch.
So yeah, so then part 4 was
Curse of Michael Myers, wasn't it?
something like that, and then
Was that the one with Paul Rudd, or was that 5?
I think that's 5. Yeah, it's the one with the like druids, and it was like something to do with like this occult thing. Yeah, Paul Rudd was in it.
Yeah, Paul Rudd was. I think that's the Curse of Michael Myers. That's either 4 or 5. And then there's the one where they brought Jamie Lee Curtis back with, what's that, Josh Hartnett as her son.
I think
That was
that was H2O. Yeah.
That was the one that had LL Cool J in it. They kept putting rappers in these shits. I don't understand. I guess to get niggas to watch it. I don't know.
Did it work?
We was pulling up anyway. Black people love slasher flicks. We love Halloween. We love Freddy Krueger and shit. Like it's just a weird thing. Like I can't beleaguer the point enough. Just white people don't know nothing about black people and what we like. They just don't understand. Like we some different like species of people that don't like the same things that y'all like. We do. We do.
Yeah.
I listen to you all the time. Listening to heavy metal on YouTube.
Right. I spend a lot of time doing that. You know, I just get real deep into some Nightwish every now and then, some Norwegian death metal.
There you go.
You know, it's a good time. Metalocalypse is like one of the best series ever made. Like
that was like one of the like plot points in the. Did you watch the Preacher TV show?
No, I never saw the Preacher TV show.
So in the show, April is played by a black actress whose name I'm very afraid to even try and say out loud. She's a great actress, but her name is Ruth and her last name is spelled Nega. So I'm not gonna try and I'm not gonna make the attempt on that
Oh,
one.
I don't know how to say it either, but I feel like it. I think if I feel like the Nigerians would say that it's Ga. I think the N would be silent. I
I'm
think.
not even trying. I just
Me
call her.
neither. I don't
I
know
just
how to
call
say
her
it, but I
Black.
know
I
what
just
you're
call her
talking about.
Black Ruth, and she's great in the show as April. Like I was, going into it, I was like, to be April Black, or not April Tulip, Tulip. Who
So
am I?
did you just like, rip one of your shirts off? Oh, she's black. And
Yeah,
you
I was.
just got that.
I was like turning into Steven Crowder, where I'm like, "Take the name
Oh,
Tulip."
that's his name, Stephen Crowder, the other failed comedian. I
Yeah,
couldn't think of his name.
but
Stephen Crowder.
yeah, but Black Ruth is great in the show, and there's like a plot device where she's in like some voodoo coma, like some sort of like magical voodoo coma, because they've been
Okay.
dealing with like this voodoo priestess or something, and they gotta figure out like some spell, some voodoo thing to get her out of this. And so they get all the items together, and then they like it's like honestly, Stranger Things kind of copied this, because they're like, we need to play her like music that she likes to pull her out of
Oh,
this.
yeah, okay.
And so what Jesse plays for her that she loves is Dragon Force.
Oh my god, Dragon Force.
Yeah,
Great stuff.
but yeah, that was a fun show. That was everybody's on the boys nuts right now.
Oh, it's a
Yeah.
good show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I don't really like the boys that much, and
How
I
could you
think
not like a tiny little man exploding in somebody's penis? How could you not
there's
enjoy that?
moments that are fun. I think I'm not I've tried reading that comic book, and I was like, this fucking blows.
I've never
It,
read the comic book. I never
it's
endeavored to do such a thing.
it's
But the
so
show, I fuck with it.
it's so cynical and nihilistic, and like just coming
True.
from it's being written from a place of like spite, and like because Garth Ennis like hates superheroes, and so
But I think that's fair. I think it's fair to be not necessarily to hate superheroes, but to not want to see such a sanitized version of them. Because you get
Yeah.
somebody like Superman, who is like the most virtual motherfucker that ever exists. Like the
yeah,
most
and
virtuous person that ever exists, and he's powerful as fuck. He could literally like snap his fingers and kill us all. So it's
yeah.
just
Well,
how could that type of power corrupts? Like absolute power corrupts.
Alan Moore had the best like what he said about superheroes is like, and what inspired him to write Watchmen was like, superheroes, what they are kind of like inspire fascism, like that there's like this handful of people who can wield this much power and influence is like has this direct like metaphor for like fascism. And so that was sort of like where he was approaching Watchmen when he wrote that.
But I know it's like kind of cliche to say, but when you think of a character like Superman, isn't his real superpower his restraint? Like, isn't that really?
Yeah, because he's got to fuck Lois at like. And
Yeah,
I wonder, like, man, when you be getting
blowing
in with
the back
Lois,
out.
like, how Lois be taking that dick, bro? Like, how does that work? Like, how
Talk
you
about
don't blow
getting your
her
back
back
blowed
out?
out.
Yeah, I guess like his real superpower is he's like a Boy Scout. Like he
Yeah,
could,
I guess it's that way.
but yeah, with the boys is like it's whatever. It's okay. It's the comic book is the comic book. Like I think like right away, Homelander is dropping like crazy N bombs. Like
Of
he
course
is
he is. He's a
he's
racist.
dude. He's crazy in the comic book. Like
But I think that makes sense though, because when you think of like I think it's you say it's nihilistic about superheroes, but I think it's more like a commentary on corporations and corporate greed and control of our lives and what we see and propaganda and all that other shit.
yeah, that's fair. I just like I tried reading it, and I just thought, I was like, this is like way too cynical, and definitely reeks of that like early 2000s like edgy, like extreme sort of vibe.
Yeah.
I don't know, but
Hey,
I always
feel
enjoyed I always thought Preacher was much better, and the TV show Preacher, like a lot of people slept on it. It's
Yeah, I
very
never watched it.
it's very good, and
Really,
yeah, and Jackie Earl Haley is in the first season as one of the
the
like
comics good too.
the comics are good. Yeah, it's like one of the classic like '90s edgy adult Vertigo titles. that like a lot of people look to as, you know, their first introduction to like, oh, this is like a cool adult comic book.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, they show boobs in it.
Everyone, real quick,
Yeah.
real quick.
What?
I have to go back with the family.
I knew it.
Uh-oh. We were time police.
Hey, but you can stop it, and then you can get on the Zoom, use the Zoom, and continue it if you want.
What is wrong with you?
Yeah,
See,
what do
this
you
is
know?
why I got. This is why I
I'm gonna
got
be up at
It's
an
gonna
4:30.
abortion.
text
This
like
right
get
here.
in here now.
This is
I
why
gotta
I
be
got
up
an
at
abortion.
4:30
I
in
ain't
the
gonna let no
morning also.
children run me. Fuck that.
Yeah, I'm never having kids.
My kids were crying a minute ago.
I want to
just
see
put
the
on another
world,
movie.
and as soon as I pay off my very substantial debts, I'm going to fucking Kuala Lumpur. I'm going to Thailand.
You don't have to pay your medical debts.
Not
Hey,
medical.
They won't let
For-
you die. You just
for
keep
real, I
going
gotta
back to the
go.
hospital, and they are like, "Fuck, we got to save you."
Okay,
Did you file bankruptcy yet? Because you should just file bankruptcy.
maybe I should do that. Yeah.
Chapter 11.
Yeah. Yeah.
Y'all keep doing it. Don't use the Zoom or whatever. I gotta go.
If you
All
can
right.
read one full page of a Harry Potter book, you know where that's from? 50 Cent. He called out Floyd Mayweather during the Ice Bucket Challenge.
And so I read a whole page.
He's like,
I
forget
remember.
the bucket of ice. If you can read one full
Read
page
the
of a Harry
page
Potter
out
book,
loud. That was 50 Cent. Man, look, you could say a lot of things about 50 Cent, but nobody beefs with the same commitment as 50 Cent does.
oh, I know, yeah. Did Kevin just show his dick?
It looks like Kevin's jerking off.
Did Kevin just show his dick?
Kevin's beating off.
Now, is that what you say to people when you gotta hang with the family? So the family means you
Yeah.
gotta beat the dick. Is
I
that
gotta
what
go
that
spend
is?
time with the kids, if you know what I mean.
You mean you're nuts?
Yeah.
Bro, it looks like he's just wanking it out.
Jerking, dude.
What's that lyric? I took the whole class. Wait, what is it? Suck the whole dick and spit the class out.
No, come on now.
What is the Doja Cat song? She's like,
I would not even. I don't listen to Doja Cat at all.
oh, it's the song is good. The
I mean,
demons.
well, other than Moo, I'm a cow. Like other than that one, I really and that's my best friend. She do hot shit. Like I can relate to that. But the rest of it, I just don't.
Who are you
I can
listening
see
to
why
right
you
now?
do because her booty always out in all her videos, and she got a nice booty. So I can see why you're invested. But there's
Doja,
nothing
I
else for me.
actually I like Doja. I recently was like a convert to Doja because I
Well,
saw her.
black folks don't like Doja because apparently she's secretly like racist because she hates her black father. I don't know what's going on.
So she's like, her dad is black and her mom is like Ashkenazi. So she's of
Oshkosh,
the
Kabagosh.
yeah. Her mom is Oshkosh Bagazi Nazi, and so she's like half black, half Jewish, and just she grew up on like 4chan and all the like Reddit boards and stuff like that.
She's like a secret troll.
Yeah, and she still has that in her, like she was wearing that Sam Hyde shirt recently and is still like hanging out on those same messages. Like, even though she's like wildly successful, still like going into like 4chan boards and
Yeah, like how you be that famous and you on 4chan just chilling?
yeah, and so like I was like I don't know. I honestly like I didn't know who she was, and I thought she was like white. Like based on the pictures I'd seen of her.
Are you serious? You can't tell that's a black girl? Like you can't look at that woman and say,
I'm telling you, if you look at her from like 3 or 4 years ago, she was.
I knew she was black. Like that Moo, I'm a cow. Like when she came out, it was like this a black girl. Clearly.
Yeah,
like, clearly a black girl.
I remember. I don't know. I just remember thinking that she might like was just like very had like sort of a Ariana Grande thing going on, where she was just like very very tan. But no, she's black, and so I went and checked out her two like new singles, the Paint the Town Red and Demons, and I was like
Demons. I think Demons is the one I like. Is that the one where she rapping and she just kind of like walking in the video?
It's the one with Christina Ricci's in the video, and
because she did do one song that I like where she was just rapping. And she's
I'm a puppet, I'm a sheep, I'm a cash cow, I'm the fastest growing bitch on all your apps now.
Oh, look at her. Someone very proud of themselves.
Yeah, so I went and listened to those two songs. I was like, oh, this is actually like very good. I was like, this is fun.
I mean, the best thing she ever did, still in my opinion, is the I'm a cow joint. Like you kind of getting old. the lyrics were sufficient. They were there. They were there.
Yeah.
She was rapping her ass off on it.
What do you think of Ice Spice?
I think she's very orange and cute.
Is she? Let me see.
I think she's adorable. Like, I just want to carry her around with me, and just so she could do cute things. She's adorable. I've never listened to a single song that she's ever done.
Me neither. I have no idea what I just keep seeing her ass everywhere I turn. I'm looking at Ice Spice ass.
And like she's the cutest, sweetest little thing. But I have never heard her rap one lyric. I don't know if she rap. I don't know if she sing. I don't know if she. I don't know what the fuck she do.
You know who I'm obsessed with, just from like almost like a Boondocks standpoint, is
Megan.
Who?
Who? Megan.
Megan the Stallion.
Yeah.
No, not even Megan the Stallion is like that's Ice Spice.
The orange one. Yeah.
No, Megan the Stallion is like a scholar compared to who I'm talking about. Sexy Red.
Oh, Sexy Red. This is the thing. I love Megan. Like, I'm not gonna say I'm a Megan stan because I don't stan anybody, but I fucks with Megan heavy. Like, I'll fight somebody behind Megan. But Sexy Red, I think there's just people are just too invested in whatever the fuck she is. Like, this is subject to change. Whatever she's portraying right now, you know, it's just the wave. She's just on a certain wave. We don't know what it's gonna look like.
But when I first saw her and like her whole deal, I had this thought, and apparently the rest of the internet did too, where I was like, this is like a real life Boondocks character. This is like fucking crazy what this is.
Well, this is the thing. She really, from what I could tell, I don't know nothing about this woman in real life, but from what I could tell, she has been really out here in these streets. And, you know, that's a different kind of person. And she's coming from a different place. I've seen her earlier work. It looks a little nerdier. It looks like it's going more of like a kawaii style situation.
I've seen some of her earlier work on Pornhub.
I saw the sex tape, yeah. They posted that to Twitter.
I didn't see the sex tape, but I don't need to. I haven't seen people fucking before. I'm not interested.
It's pretty boring. It's just like any celebrity sex tape where it's like, oh yeah.
That's what I heard. I heard that it's literally one of the most boring sex tapes of all time.
It's just it's just pretty standard sex, you know. It's not.
But no. And then she had like a bonnet on the whole time. Like, I just felt like it just sounded like it was very phoned in. It was just like some dude saying, I'm gonna record this shit, like just without any presentation or preparation, just saying, all right, well, I'm in the midst of it, so let's turn on the video.
Something she did that I did like that was very funny after that, because like the sex tape dropped and everybody, and like the lyric in her song is, you know, my booty hole brown, my coochie pink, and the sex tape drops and everybody's like, it ain't pink, the coochie ain't pink. And she made this response video where she's like, y'all saying my coochie ain't pink, this is how I know y'all ain't getting no ass, because why the lips of my coochie gonna be pink? It's the inside that's pink.
But I'm not gonna say it's hard for me to say what I think about somebody like Sexy Red or even Suki Hana. They're riding a certain wave. They on a certain moment. And I just kind of got to let them be that without criticism or critique, because it's not really worthy of critique. It's a wave.
That is my favorite. She's so hot.
Who? Sexy Red?
Sexy Red, bro.
Suki is interesting as well. Like, Suki is a very interesting person. I feel like there's more to them than what they portray, or at least I hope. I hope that there is. But just I'm looking at them as like on some anti vibes. Like, I'm looking at them like I see some young Black girls and I'm like, oh child, you gonna learn, I guess. Like, I hope you do. But at least you're making money.
I saw a video that made me laugh where it was like a reaction video, and it was one of those like Christian conservative Black guys watching the Sexy Red music video, the one where it's like her and that other lady rapping outside of a Popeyes, and it ends and he goes, you smell that? Smell like sewer water.
If you ever meet my kids,
to shut his freak ass up, because them conservative ass preach ass Black men, they be the main ones that be begging to eat your pussy in your fucking comments. They be the main motherfuckers that's on OnlyFans, and they got like VIP access.
I am like,
you want a pair of used panties?
I'm blown away. I guess like nothing ever changes because like I go on Twitter, or rather X now, formerly Twitter,
Formerly.
and there's so many accounts. Like there's this the manosphere type movement, and there's so many accounts that are like that kind of guy, black or not. They'll just post like a video of a lady twerking, and it's like, fellas, you think it's acceptable for a woman to act like this? And it'll get like 1,000 comments of just like
Of
all these
course.
people, hell nah. And
Of course.
I'm amazed at like how much of that exists now.
I mean, why would you be though? Why would you be?
I don't know. It felt like we were heading in a different direction, but
There's
then
always an undercurrent. There's always like a subculture that exists just beneath the surface, right? And the thing about it is, like the movies we were talking about before, you think about films like all the scary movies, you think about who we were, all the Halloween films, you think about who we were before like 2015. Overtly, just being overtly ignorant and sexist and
Yeah.
racist and misogynistic. Like it was very overt until somebody told them, the right person told them very loudly, you know, this is fucked up, right? And then the pendulum swang back the
Hey.
other way, right? So they didn't just go away.
Sorry.
Like all those people who like that shit didn't just go away.
My wife set the car alarm off.
yeah, but it's like so many just like Tony Sopranos almost, where it's like the things that they're
Yes.
like the things they're like proselytizing, they don't live by. Like it's all these guys like Andrew Tate and all these guys who talk about like values and what women and men should and shouldn't be. They themselves are like the thing they hate. Like they've manipulated and fucked a bunch of people and done the hedonism thing and maybe still do, but then they preach something entirely different.
Well, because it's okay for me because I have a penis and my penis tells me what to do, and that's natural. Your vagina is supposed to be smarter than my penis.
Right. I get yeah, like every day I log on Twitter and there's like 20, 30, 40, 50 different new threads about like what's an acceptable body count. And
Right. Well, for a woman though, for a woman, not a man. And I find that very interesting that men, on its face, it seems misogynistic, but it's actually self-hatred. I think men think very little of themselves.
yeah.
As such, they find a woman who has touched too many men to be disgusting because they find men to be disgusting. They find themselves to be disgusting.
I just don't want to have that conversation. Like if I'm dating a woman and like I like her, I don't want to like, maybe at some point down the line we could talk about that, but I don't want to. That seems like a very strange topic to try and broach. Where it's like, so how many people have you?
I don't even know why you approach it. There's nothing that ever crosses my mind. If I'm dealing with a man, there's never a time where I think, I wonder how many people he slept with. Like there's never a time where I even care.
Yeah.
And at no point in my life, this isn't like a maturity thing. There's been no point in my life, in my quote unquote sexual development, or my sexual realization, that I thought, I wonder how many women this motherfucker has slept with.
Yeah.
It's just inconsequential. You know, what does that have to do with me? Did the test come back negative, dog? Like that's all I need to know. And so
yeah, it's like
with zingers.
Yeah, zingers are good.
My wife just brought me zingers and chocolate milk.
It's a
oh
topic.
my God, she loves you so much.
I don't care who she slept with.
She loves you. That's all that matters. That woman loves you. She brought you some chocolate milk and some treats. That's a good woman right there.
Yeah, it's a topic.
She knew my sugar was getting low.
That whole like,
I wish I had a man who would bring me some fucking bourbon with ice next time. Goddamn.
Like you do have one back there. It's like, sorry.
Well, if you once you become wildly successful on the Billionaire Podcast Network, you'll have a whole team of a whole team behind you.
We have a team of ladyboy assistants.
So like, if I join the
Thailand.
I don't know if I could even join the Billionaire Podcast Network because of what it will do to my universal brand. I mean, can I be associated with such ne'er-do-wells as yourself, shirtless, drinking chocolate milk on the internet?
You already are.
I know, I really am. That's the problem with comedy. I just fall in with the worst motherfuckers. Like I just have but I guess that speaks to who I am as a person because
I've always wondered about like just through
I'm a degenerate.
Yeah, through doing comedy, I've crossed paths and made friends and acquaintances with so many different people, And there like after a while, I do look at a lot of the people I know, and I'm like, is there any timeline in which I would associate with you outside of this?
Yeah. If we were in
From
school together,
I'm like, it's only by this like commonality, like this hobby we have.
no, we
But
would have.
no, like you two, I get along with very well, and it's like I'm glad, I'm like fortunate that we're all
Us
friends.
and Didi, no.
But like,
Well, no,
there's
but this is the thing. I feel like it's like both of y'all. I feel like y'all are people I would have associated with anyway, and this is why. Well, number one, Dalton, he is a literary nerd, which I very much appreciate, and so anybody who could have a discussion with me about Lovecraft. Do you remember that book club we had back in the day, Dalton? Like,
yeah, when we read that Judy Blume book.
Yeah, all you dad got is me, Margaret. I mean, of course, I read it when I was like in 6th grade multiple times.
Judy Blume,
But-
hell yeah.
Yeah.
But so Dalton, like you the type of person that I was always cool with in my life. And even you, Salvatore, I have a tendency, I don't know what it is, and I may lose a lot of points saying this on a public platform. I have always been cool with white dudes. I don't know what it is. Certain type of white dudes though. Because, the ones that ask me questions like, so have you ever fucked a white guy before? Those dudes I don't get along with. But me and white dudes have always gotten along because it turns out we like the same stupid shit, and there's nothing I can do about that. There's nothing I can do about
Yeah, you ever watch King of Queens?
it. Yes, I've seen your work.
Yeah. But there's plenty of people in comedy that I'm like, after years of being friends with them, I just start to think like, yeah, I don't think this is someone I would ever associate with in any world other but it's just like due to this like weird thing we do,
But
like
I think I'm pretty good at filtering the bad ones out. Like the ones that are really like on some, I would never fuck with you on any level. I'm good at filtering them out early.
like I spent
Yeah.
a considerable amount of time like trying to like I was friends with Lauren for a while, and
Nice.
yeah,
Okay.
and it did reach a point with her because like we were roommates at one point in time, and like we were spending a lot of time together during the pandemic, and it did reach a point with her where I realized like this is absolutely like not somebody I would ever associate with there's no other context in which I would be like friendly with this person.
And I can see how you would say that. I definitely understand it. And honestly, she was like the very first friend I made in Dallas County. Like the first person that I got cool with was Lauren Davis. And I guess I understand her. And so I get it, but I could never live with her though. I would never live with her. There's
No,
way I
yeah,
would
that
live.
might have been it, but it was
That might have been it.
it got
I
to
love
I mean
Lauren. I would never live with her though. And I think I actually told her that at one point that because she wanted me to move in with her at when I was looking for a place to stay, and I said, Lauren, I love you too much to move in with you. I don't want to do that to us. I couldn't.
yeah, it got to a point like yeah with us where it was so contentious that I was like, I mean, like I've spent time like loving you and caring about you and trying to like be friends and whatever I'm supposed to be here, and then I got to a point where I was like, I mean, yeah, let's just go. I mean, just go our separate ways.
Yeah, I definitely told her that because she did invite me to move in with her, and I said I love you too much to do that, babe. I don't want to ruin this.
Oh, and she's a slob. She's a slob too. Like
Exactly.
I'm a big fat lazy piece of shit.
And I'm not. I'm very, very. As you can see, you saw the quick overview of my living quarters, and I just don't. I don't do mess. I don't do filth. I actually wound up moving into that apartment that she tried to get me to move in with the first time, and because she left, her and Andrew left, and Justin James was still living there, and I moved in there because I was desperate. I was really like out on my ass, like I had nowhere else to go. And baby, when I tell you I had to get in that bathroom and clean it from top to fucking bottom, and me and Justin James had to have a talk about how this was going to go. Like, dog, you're gonna have to clean up after yourself. Like, this is not gonna work if you do. Because I had to. And he even said, "Wow, you did a great job with the tub." It's like, yeah, I had to, because otherwise I cannot use this shit. Y'all
Have you
live in
ever been to like
If
a
she-
fucking
if she- if
comedian's
she
house and
was-
seen their bathroom?
if she was not in the situation she's in now, if she hadn't gotten saddled up and shacked down, she might just be homeless. Or
It's just, some people aren't made for that life. Like, I'm the type of person, because even Justin James, when we were living together, he was like, Didi, you're a really bougie bitch. Like, just quietly, you were bougie as fuck. I live with Brad LaCour. Me and Brad had a great time. Brad LaCour was one of the best roommates I ever had, because he shut the fuck up and he cleaned up. But, if I find it normal for, I guess, creative people or comedy people, or it's common for y'all to be very filthy.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
It was a rough living situation. Yeah, that's for sure.
I'm not. Like, I'm a very clean person. Like,
she expected a lot out of me too. Like, she would get mad. She'd be like, I feel like we don't talk about me enough. And I'm like, yo, that's girlfriend shit. I don't even know what that means. That's like,
I ain't your homegirl.
Yeah.
Would you wipe it up though if she wanted you to?
Do what?
Would you?
Would I what?
If you came home one day and she was like, I'm in love with you.
Would I be? There was a moment in time that would have been enticing, but like not now. No.
Right.
I'm sorry, I could not see you and Lauren doing nothing. Sorry.
That wouldn't work.
I couldn't see y'all doing a goddamn.
But fortunately, when she started dating the guy she's engaged to now, she did make sure.
We're engaged. Okay, I didn't know they were engaged.
Oh yeah, they're getting married.
Okay.
But fortunately, she did make sure to message me and let me know that he has the biggest penis she's ever seen. So I'm glad that she did that.
How big?
It's a two-hander.
Oh wow, it's girthy.
It's a two-hander.
Lauren, why is that something that she needed to tell you, Dalton? If y'all had such a contentious relationship,
I think because maybe it's BPD or something like. She was always doing that.
Yeah, she does have that, and that's a lot of mental illness in the comedy community.
She's got a reverse cuckold.
She was always that was like something that was always making me really uncomfortable with her. Is she was always like way too open about her like sexual exploits and like giving me like very intimate details of her sex life. That I was not
homegirl stuff. So she was trying to treat you like a homegirl. Like, is that what it was? Like, she was trying to girlfriend.
Yeah, I guess so. I it was such a weird thing because I would like, it was just like she would tell me shit that I was not asking about or didn't even want to know about, and then like she would get mad if I didn't react to it the right way. And
I can't say this, and I cannot speak for Lauren, but I can speak in general terms, especially as it pertains to women with mental illness and just on this creative spectrum. On a certain end of it, especially in humor, it seems like white women on that side have a very strange relationship with men in general.
Yeah. Her relationship seemed to be she absolutely hates men but can't stop fucking them.
Right, but I find that like I gotta say, with a lot of non-black women that I've met doing comedy, have that.
Yeah.
And it shows up in many ways. In their material, it shows up. Like all this, I've never had an orgasm talk. Like, I'm like, girl, what do you mean?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? You seem to hate men and hate sex. Why do you keep on fucking them? Leave them alone. Then.
I know. Yeah, I don't understand that.
I'm not speaking about her specifically. I'm just saying in general, this is something that I've observed. And in so many female comedians, like how female comedians will talk about how slutty they are, but every time they make jokes about their sexual exploits, it's like terrible.
Right. They don't sound slutty.
Right. Yeah. It sounds like you like sex. It sounds like whatever you're supposed to be doing is not satisfying to you. So what dragon are you chasing if you never even met the dragon before? Like
Yeah.
It just seems so strange.
And maybe get off the Lexapro if you're trying to come. Like, that's another thing.
Man.
Gotta get that hidden dragon, if you know what I mean.
And I've never been on antipsychotic meds. I've done my
penis.
I've done antidepressants, like I've been on trazodone before, but that's been the extent of my dealings with, that type of medication.
Antidepressants was like one of the things that kind of sent me over the edge. Like my doctor told me, like, you're taking Lexapro and you're taking a pretty fucking high dose, and he was like, you weren't doing yourself any favors. Also, like, smoking weed and all this other shit you were doing, but. He was like, this stuff definitely.
Alcohol don't go good with it. Like any antipsychotics, alcohol doesn't go good with.
Yeah, he was telling me like on an SSRI like this, there's certain people, and you're one of them, where it can actually have like a really adverse effect where you actually like go crazy. And he was like, that's probably like one of the things that contributed to this. It was all he was like, it's also the drugs, the other drugs.
Now I'm not certain, but I do believe the feline adjacent person that we're speaking of had a similar issue.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then and once she got off of those antipsychotics, I think was she on lithium? I forget what it was.
I went through so many different things before I was like, I'm just not going to do any of this, and I'll sweat it out and deal with like the repercussions of everything. Like when because I was in kind of a coma, like one
Wow.
of yeah, it really sucks, and like
But I know a lot of
fortunately,
people
They
say
had
once
to
they got
induce
off
it
those drugs, they did better than
to
they did
save
when
his
they were
life.
on them.
yeah.
So
So it really and like fortunately, I've had like people in my corner that made sure I didn't die and helped me through all of these like life threatening issues. But like,
I'm glad to hear that.
well, when you like the psychosis I went through lasted like months and months, and when you come back from it, like when you finally realize like, oh, the CIA is not surveilling me, and 5G is
Mhm.
okay, and all the delusions go away. It's not like you just snap back. Like
Mhm.
what
Yeah,
happens is,
it's a process. Like it's like mentally, your brain kind of has to readjust to
yeah,
those levels.
what
Like the chemicals in your brain
happens
have to level off.
what happens is like you have this moment of clarity, and you're hit with like this extreme like shame and depression. So like, oh, I have made an ass of myself.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's this thing that happens called avolition is what it's called,
Okay.
where it's like kind of like catatonic, like almost like a waking coma, where
Mm-hmm.
like I was like for so long, um I was kind of brain dead. Like I just like couldn't brush my teeth, didn't know how to work a shower. I was like could like had no energy, and just like I was like a baby. I had to like relearn how to do everything.
Yeah,
Um
That
from
Foo
my
Fighters
limited
song.
understanding of these like type of psychotic breaks, it is like your brain kind of does a hard reset.
yeah, and yeah, it's like fortunately there was like there's people in my life that have like helped and made sure that I was able to like not perish after all that.
Well, that's
But
really good. I mean, that's the best thing. Like most people with mental illness, the biggest thing in their lives is their community and their support system. Like that's more than the drugs. I think the support
yeah,
system is way more important
yeah,
because
Um,
you
because
do
like
need
if
medication to balance out, but your
I
support system is going to play in way more than
yeah,
any drug support.
because like yeah, like when all the psychosis and everything was over, I was still like in the city and like having to deal with like the hustle and bustle and grind, and I was like not. I was like, I am absolutely I'm gonna fucking die. Like this,
Did
like
you move back? Are you still up in New York, or did you move back?
no, I'm not in New York now. I
he's
was like,
staying at
I'll
Anthony Bourdain's.
yeah, I was like, I'll figure something out when I'm able to, and like I had, I've had support and help and all that, and that helped me get out of that. So,
But
like,
it's very important. I'm glad that you did because a lot of people don't. And that's when people like really wind up in a bad spot. But if you at least have people in your corner who are willing to like be patient with you and help you through that shit, it really makes more difference than
yeah,
any
and I'm
drugs
like,
ever could.
yeah, and I'm like getting back to normal, like I'm working and doing this and all that.
I know. I was so happy to see your job reviews. I was like, oh yay, Dalton. He's back
yeah,
doing
I
Dalton
was,
anything.
that's the thing that like really sucks is I kind of like got a taste of possible success at one point.
Taste.
I
Like,
recall.
yeah, like I was developing like an audience, and
Yeah, because
there
I remember the other podcast that you had, and when you were at Skankfest, like I remember there was a lot of shit going on for you, and that you were saying that it kind of like got to you to a certain extent.
it was well it was weird because like I with like doing comedy, you just hope that like anybody will pay attention to you. You're just hoping that like you can get an audience. And then I went from like obscurity to however many thousands of like that kind of people were paying attention, like the Skanks fans and Gas Digital and all that in that world. And I was dealing with like this sort of like crisis of conscience where it's like, I don't mind courting this, but I don't know if I want this to be my entire identity. Is like these are the, you know what I mean? Like to
Mhm.
be like a Skanks guy. and like
Mhm.
I'm like
Yeah, you're a skank. You're a skanks guy.
well, it was
Don't you like that?
to like
Fucking skank, dude.
like to Dee Dee's point earlier, to have an audience of people and to, like my colleagues themselves, like if I try to like talk about a book I read and to have people like call me gay and stupid for reading or be annoyed by that, it's like I don't mind having like a certain number of this audience be on my side, but it's also like I don't want to court
There's something about reading that's inherently gay, though.
sure,
You know what I mean?
A little
but
bit.
it was just, I was having like I guess just this like crisis where I was
Queer
like
thirst for knowledge.
all these fucking people now are aware of who I am and are like podcast fans are so fucking weird because they get so invested in the lives of strangers and like are trying to like psychoanalyze me and you like call me out on stuff and they're like
yeah,
wait,
the comments
wait.
for this one is pretty outrageous sometimes.
Yeah, they get like really invested in what's going on in the world of podcasting, and I like
blame Joe Rogan for all that shit, personally.
Yeah, that was fucking with my head for sure, and then yeah, everything just went topsy turvy on me. But I mean, fortunately, once I did decide to like start poking my face back into the digital space, there's been like a pretty good number of people who were like, "Yeah, I mean, we've been waiting for you. No fucking clue what happened, but I thought you were dead."
But Don, I think part of the reason, and you kind of touched on it, why it might have been so difficult for you to reconcile that type of attention, is because you kind of have to present your full self to these people from jump. You can't really play to a certain audience because then they'll expect that from you. Like people get so, which is hard to do because people are just gonna pick out from you what they want. Like they go,
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Just kind of throw the rest away. If I don't fuck with it, I'm gonna throw it away. But and especially like for us in a comedy world, we joke about shit. And when you joke about things, you don't always want to be serious. No, I'm not gonna talk about, I don't know, David Lynch or whatever. Like I'm not gonna
my
talk
favorite
about
thing about Dalton is
his tits.
my titties.
His titties, and he's got layers. He's got layers like an onion.
Yeah, well,
you're looking at a stinky fucking onion, and then you're like, wait a minute, there's a lot more to this.
As dire as things are for me now, this is a real rock. I actually broken through rock bottom into the like geodes of the earth. What I'm doing now, even though it's like all of this is kind of a bare bones skeleton crew operation. I think
good for you though. I'm glad that you're doing it, and I hope that you can, present all of yourself to people instead of that one, dude, bro, I'm a white dude from Texas and my parents are kind of racist party.
Well, yeah, like now, like with the Billionaire Podcast Network, ka-ching, bing, 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 did fill her up? I do my own station tags. I just meet.
So shout out to Dollar Shave Club. Dollar Shave Club, like
God, I can't wait. I can't wait. I
want Glade trash bags.
I want to sell out. I want to sell out so bad.
We got that Glade contract.
I can't wait to hear you do copy for Dollar Shave Club and stuff like Bill Burr. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be so great.
There was a time like the last podcast. I think we were on this like trial run with Manscaped, and we did an ad read for them, and we were like so goofy and couldn't take it serious. It was like a 15-minute ad read because we just could not take it seriously. We just kept joking and riffing about it.
Well, because you talk about shaving somebody's balls, man. Come on, so you talk about
shaving. Why have they so strongly went that route with their advertising? Like, no, it's for your fucking balls.
It's something I've noticed with a lot of products now, where there's no more innuendo or any subtlety. It's like Manscaped is like, do your balls stink? And then like Blue Chew. like boner pills back in the day, it was always they would dance around it where it would be like a guy.
It was very discreet, like the Cialis commercials. It was just like two old couple holding hands in separate tubs. Like it was just never.
Yeah, and now Blue Chew's ads are just like, do you want a rock hard cock? Like that's There's no like Don Draper anymore. It's just Tucker Max is doing the ad copy.
What's in Blue Chew?
So do you want a fuck harder than you've ever fucked.
Yeah.
You know, like just.
What's in Blue Chew? It's just so the patent ran out on Viagra and Cialis a few years ago. So now that there's like generic versions of it, and so Blue Chew is one of these companies that is doing generic Viagra and Cialis prescriptions over the internet, and it's
Really?
It's just chewable Viagra.
Might get some of this shit.
Yeah, it works.
Flintstones vitamins?
Yeah,
Wilma.
Yeah, it is like Flint. I've tried it, and it's like it's interesting. It's weird that it's being marketed to. That's another thing that's changed about it.
Market
is like,
to kids.
It's being marketed to guys in their like 20s and 30s now, where it's like
now, Dalton. That's what I was about to say. Why the fuck are you taking fucking Flintstone dick chewables at this young tender age?
I just tried it out of curiosity. I just was like, I wonder like what this does, and I was
Have
like,
you also tried the gas station yellow jackets out of curiosity?
No.
Are you that person?
no.
Wait, do those work too?
I mean, if you want like a
have you ever
fucking,
tried extends?
And my wife was just at the gas station.
you want like a fucking embolism, I guess.
I would have told her to get the zingers and those too.
The fucking rhino.
Get some extends, please, honey.
The like rhino times 10 pills or whatever. Like,
right, the rhino horn.
Rhino times 10. Jesus.
Like, you'll have a fucking hemorrhage or something. Like
Panther sweat.
Yeah.
So you get rock hard, and then you also have an aneurysm afterwards, but you'll still fuck the shit out of some woman for 10 minutes.
Yeah. But yeah, with everything I'm doing now, and my only option right now is just podcasting. I have like full autonomy over this, and I'm just doing whatever I want. And like today,
have you officially been diagnosed?
Yeah. Today, actually, me and Dee Dee, you might want to
back scratcher. Oh,
back scratcher.
Back scratcher.
Back scratcher.
Dee Dee, you might be interested in hopping on an episode of this because, like, me and Jamie Gravy.
Jamie Gravy.
Yeah, who's Gravit now? He's going by his Christian name now.
Yeah, I know Jamie Gravit. He's a professional.
It was never Gravy.
No. He started on the black circuit, so he thought he had to have a stage name.
Because that's what y'all do. Y'all come to our clubs and y'all think y'all got to do some shit like hamburger
like
and all that.
In your city.
Gotta be white chocolate. White Mike, white chocolate. These are the types of names that I hear for white comedians that come into black clubs with their blacks in and stuff.
Yeah, I was fucking with him the other day. I was like, "What was your name starting?" I was like, "Jamie Gravy, Duck Comedian Extraordinaire Esquire." But today we recorded. We're doing a Bible study show.
I'm sorry, Bible study, like the literal Bible.
Yeah, look, I got this beautiful Oxford World's Classics King James.
I have like 3 different Bibles because my mama was like, she eventually got the picture that I'm not a Christian, but when she really was trying to get me with a Bible in every room at one point in my life.
Well, he and I had this conversation where we were just like, we're not like terribly religious these days, but we were like, we both grew up reading it, and we kind of agreed like it would be nice to actually like go back and reread it or read it for the first time and actually do like a sincere like Bible study.
I don't know if there's a such thing as a sincere Bible study. How do you read the Bible without calling?
No, there are.
Like,
I've been to fucking plenty.
Well, no, I mean, look, I grew up in the church, and it's just kind of like, so I do understand. And I was just thinking earlier, like the Bible do have some good stuff in it, but when people start doing that anti-gay stuff, they kind of just throw their garbage on top of all the good stuff. Wait
till you get to the Book of Numbers, bro. It's literally just fucking
portions
and shit.
1, 2, 3.
It's just portions. It's like
4.
Well, what we agreed on was just like approach it from a place of from a place of sincerity and genuineness. And like anything that's funny or whatever might happens, but it's like, no, we're not like.
I appreciate all the rape. I find that to be hilarious.
Yeah, we were just like, let's actually approach this from the place of like actually wanting to.
Jesus get raped by like 2 bears in the Bible.
But we did Genesis 1 today, and we were like, there was stuff that we were reading that was like cracking us up, and we were like joking about. So
that was Revenant.
Yeah, it's
well,
not.
The funniest thing, Dalton, I do think that's a great idea, and I think I would be down. But the funniest thing about the Bible to me is not necessarily the Bible; it's the people who take it literally. That's the funny shit. Like when you literally go to somebody and read this book, and they say, "Oh shit, a snake talked to some people." bitch.
Yeah, we talked about that because I told it. I
Yeah.
was telling him
That's
that
where I'm
like
lost on it.
we talked about that because I was telling him there's no other like literature class or anything where you study books that would encourage you to read the text literally. Like
No,
even
I went to Loyola University in New Orleans, and it's a Jesuit Catholic school. And one of my favorite classes, one of the few that I actually showed up to and paid attention in, was the New Testament as literature, and it was taught by a priest that studied theology. Best class, probably one of the best classes I ever had in college. And he's a priest. He's a Catholic priest, and he's approaching it like literature. He's not
yeah.
looking at it like this is some shit that really happened. And that was probably one of the most beneficial college classes I ever had in my life. Like, I learned so much from that one thing, just from somebody speaking from the Bible of a place of, y'all, this really didn't happen. This is just
Yeah.
these are stories, a
But-
collection of stories.
Even and even in a class that's not like Bible centric, like if you're taking a literature class and you're reading like The Great Gatsby, like they don't tell you to even whatever Scott Fitzgerald said about the book, they tell you like it's still like you're reading it, like there's your interpretations of this as well.
Right, it's still highly subjective no matter which way you cut it.
Yeah, and the Bible is like this one book that there's like so many like fundamentalists, and it's like if you taking it literally is like very strange because in the book as you were going through it, there's so many inconsistencies.
It literally
Because there's
says
so many people different fucking writing it. This is not the fucking word of God. This is some dudes that wrote a lot of shit. It's an anthology of stories. That's all it is. It's a one big anthology of stories, and it's about it's
the original
Aesop's Fables.
Tales from the Hood. Yeah,
It's Aesop's Fables written by a whole bunch of dudes, and you kind of have to take it that way. And when people try to use it as evidence for something, I can't help but roll my eyes at those
it is
people and
the
kind of like,
original like fucking drama.
yeah.
it's a play.
But weren't there a bunch of stories that mimicked the life and I guess tales of Jesus with other people in history?
Well, yeah, that preceded him. Yes, historically, a lot of them.
So
Yeah,
like,
there's the Messiah thing is
the Messiah.
you find that everywhere. Like there's
Lord of the
Messiah.
Rings and shit.
That's Dune. Dune is a Messiah
Mhm.
story.
Like there's so many things like what Zoroastrianism, like it was like the exact same thing, and like stories like what's the Egyptian guy like what's the one, because there's so many like
Horus?
resurrection story. Yeah, Horus, the resurrection stories, like all
So
these.
why aren't they
by the
all
way, Dee. By the
Jesus?
way, Dee. I gotta ask you: have you seen the greatest video series on the internet?
What's that? Other than your video series about your jugs?
Oh yeah, that. But have you seen Dracula Flow?
No, I have not seen. What the fuck is a Dracula flow?
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I'm
it's a good
writing
one.
it down.
Dracula. It's three videos on YouTube, and
Dracula.
I think they were made by that guy Joji, that
Really?
like Plum Records. Yeah, it's like his channel, Plum Records. The Filthy Frank guy.
Yeah, I love Filthy Frank.
Yeah, I think he's the one that produced these. But what it is it's three different videos of this, like, wherever they found this guy, some like 70-year-old white guy that they have dressed up in this shitty Dracula costume, where they drew the hair on him, like with some like the widow speaking, everything is just like drawn on with a marker or some sort of like soul glow spray, or I don't know what it is. And they have
it sounds like that character from what's it, SCTV?
What character?
Rip on SCTV, I forget his name, but it was like he looked exactly the same. Like it's like his whole head was drawn on like black as fuck, and he was supposed to be Dracula.
Oh yeah,
It
yeah.
sounds
It's
like
kind. I guess it's kind of like that, but they have him. I guess they've handed him what I guess are like rap lyrics or something, and he's just doing like
Just lines.
He's just saying this stuff, not like rapping necessarily, but more like spoken word, and it's like one of the hardest I've ever laughed watching these.
Can you just look it up real quick?
It's unhinged. He's just like, this shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'm moving different. I'm the dog biting the fart bubbles in the bath.
I can't look it up right now because I'm literally on my phone doing this because I didn't feel like.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I can't look it up right now, but I will look it up
Laurent.
later.
Just go look at it's one,
He had the
It-
same
I'm
sure Laurent
shades
is
like
all into
this.
it.
there was like a month
He was
where
laying on his couch.
there was like a
What's
month
up,
when
guys?
That's Laurent.
I probably watched Dracula Flow like 100 times in 1 month. I was so obsessed with it. It was like I couldn't get over like how funny it was. Like there's like weird references in it where he's like, I was flipping bricks for Mansa Musa before you even became a Type 1 civilization. This shit ain't
Wow.
nothing to me, man.
So it's like freestyle, like it's like battle rap. It sounds like he's like a battle rapper, but Dracula.
Yeah, but he's like 70. It's just like some like weird 70-year-old white guy.
Oh no, for real? He's an old white man?
Yeah, he's like that
In my
coochie.
mind, I'm picturing like some young dude
No,
of
it's
any ethnicity.
it's an old man, and he's like that coochie yummy slime, that coochie doing it for me slime.
Well, I think it's got to be someone's grandpa or uncle or something.
What the fuck?
These are young kids.
And then for Halloween, there was a Twitter account that blew up. I can't say the name of the profile, but it's at inward mortis. So put it, instead of rigor
Oh
mortis.
my god, that's hilarious!
And-
Nigga Mortis.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you said it.
And he
We
is
need you on
black.
the show more.
It is a black guy.
You can be our correspondent, our black correspondent.
Yeah, and if
We're gonna need you to say the N word again, Didi.
I hated the fact that I didn't think of it first. Like that's
yeah, and it was this black guy who did Blackula Flow, and his was also pretty funny. It was like a Halloween thing.
Black UFO.
Yeah.
which is a film that you should watch, Dalton, Blackula, if you haven't seen it.
I'll check it out.
Man, Blackula is one of like the best 70s blaxploitation films. It's top tier. Top tier.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many blaxploit. I've seen Coffee.
That's a good one. Pam Grier is in the sequel to Blackula, Scream, Blackula, Scream.
Okay.
I don't think her titties out in Scream, Blackula, Scream. She's some nice cleave, but no actual.
I should do it. I gotta do a tit talk. I gotta get Tarantino's attention with a fucking Pam Grier tit talk reaction.
Them titties was still sitting in Jackie Brown. Like even
Dude,
Jackie
she
Brown,
looks good in Jackie Brown.
She looks amazing. Pam Grier is my hero. Like that's the love of my life right there. Like Pam Grier. I saw Foxy Brown when I was a child, and I was just swept away. Like that's.
Yeah.
I want to be that. I only grew out an afro because I wanted to put razor blades in it, like Foxy Brown. Like that.
I remember when I was a kid, because I remember as a kid, like I think the Grindhouse movies had come out, and I remember listening to all these interviews with Tarantino talking about blaxploitation and shit. And I was obsessed with the Grindhouse, and I was obsessed with like him and like that era. And I remember like going to Blockbuster with my family and renting that Mario Van Peebles movie, Sweet Sweetbacks. And
you seen Sweetback?
no, what happened was I put it in and I started watching it, and like in the first like
It's child porn.
Yeah. And my
that's
mom,
his real son. That's his real son.
yeah, my mom saw me watching this and was like, "Absolutely fucking not! You're not like this is crazy."
What is it called?
Sweetback's badass song
with like 9 S's.
Yeah, Sweetback's badass song, and it's a lot of S's. But this is the thing. I watched that movie for the first time. I had to be like in my 30s because I've never seen it. It's kind of like
there's a kid like there's an adult woman. Go ahead.
The premise is the Sweetback, the titular character, he was raised in a whorehouse.
Yeah.
He went to a brothel as an orphan.
Like the character from
12.
What Women Want.
Or just like Richard Pryor in real life.
Yeah, right.
Like Mel
he
Gibson.
was just raised in a whorehouse, and he grew up to be like a pimp, I believe. I didn't get that far in the movie. Like I literally got as far as like the child sex. But in the very beginning, the very first scene is when he first comes to the whorehouse, and one of the prostitutes has sex with him. And his real life son, Mario Van Peebles, who is a child at the time, they show him buck naked, like mimicking in a sex scene with a grown woman.
Yeah.
Damn.
I had to turn that shit off. I was like, man, I can't watch this shit.
I-
No,
That
but I
is
did
worse
watch
than
a little
kids.
further. I think I maybe got 2 minutes past that scene, and then it just got even wilder from that. I'm like, you know what?
I couldn't watch that. I tried like a couple of years ago. I tried watching that Shia LaBeouf movie that he did.
Honey Boy?
Yeah, and there's that scene where it's the kid
I
version
didn't
of
see all
him.
of Honey Boy. I never
Dude,
even.
yo,
I never did.
I can't like whatever acclaim it got. I couldn't believe it because I made it like halfway through and I had to turn it off because it was making me too uncomfortable. Because the kid the child version of Shia LaBeouf in that movie,
Because he plays his own father in that movie, pretty much,
yeah,
right? Like,
and he's
okay.
good in it from what I saw, and the kid that plays him has this like weird relationship with a character played by that lady FK Twigs.
Mhm.
And it's like this kind of like sexual thing they have going on.
Well,
But
no,
she,
but in real life, she said that he abused her sexually and like held her hostage or something. And
yeah, but I mean, like in the movie, they show like
Sounds hot.
her being like kind of physical with this child, and I'm like, I'm not watching this. This is fucking crazy.
and like it's too much sometimes. Like
Yeah.
I understand, art imitating life or whatever the fuck, but come on.
Do you know? Do you know? By the way, this is probably a great moment in I guess like Black history, where black shit and white shit collided in a really fun way. Have you seen Ari Aster's first movie, that short film he did?
What's that? What was the name of it?
The Strange Thing About the Johnsons.
Oh my god.
Y'all seen that one?
The funniest thing about it,
God, that name is cursed. Like you say the title and it like hits me like
it was respected enough that it got him Hereditary. Like people liked that enough that A24 was like, yeah, go ahead and make this like feature length movie for us.
And Hereditary fucked me up. But strange thing about the Johnsons fucked me up and fucked us all up in a different way. None of us were prepared for this.
Yeah, I watched it and I just wondered, where did you find this many black people willing to do this?
And I just
like I could see white people doing a movie like that.
like when
sure.
I think of that black man screaming in his tub, it just
yeah. It's
I haven't. Is it like a horror movie?
Sal,
is
yo, brother.
is it?
It's I don't even know if I should spoil it for you because it's so fucking crazy.
Yeah, please don't. Just watch it. You
Just
remember
go-
like
It's
Two Girls, One
Remember
Cup?
the Johnsons?
Y'all remember Two Girls, One Cup, right? When somebody said, "Hey, have you seen Two Girls, One Cup?" and then you
Yeah, and I
unwittingly
was like
watch
really
Two Girls,
disappointed
One
and
Cup.
grossed out.
Yeah.
This is a more cinematic, like
the
film
art
school
house,
version.
the art house, Two Girls, One Cup.
Two Girls, One Cup.
It's Sal. Go watch the movie. I think it's on YouTube. Go watch the
And
movie.
it's
Oh,
short.
remember the
It's like what,
Johnsons?
12 minutes?
It's
like 12 minutes.
it's a student film he did, and it put him on the map to where he's now like one of the biggest directors ever. And go watch this, and then go watch like black people reacting to it as well.
Okay.
Because it's like it's one of those things where it's
Now, if
definitely
you want to see some black people react, like for the first time,
yo,
that.
because
called-
it's called the
New
strange
Jack Johnson.
It's called The Strange Thing About the Johnsons, and it's I'll tell you this much: it's a movie about a black family, and that's all I'm telling you. And
I don't think I'm interested.
go watch
I'm
it.
kidding.
But it's one of those. Like what got me about it more than anything was like, yeah, this is fucked up, and the subject matter is crazy, and like this is just like really weird. But the thing that was most disturbing about it was that it's a black family. I'm like, who are these actors?
And I think because I saw this in college. I think I was in college, or maybe it was after I got out of college. But
I'm gonna watch it tonight.
from that standpoint, I can see what you're saying. Like, how did you even get people? Like, how did you even get black people to agree to do such a thing? But I feel like that's a surface level response because I think black actors want to do more like avant-garde, very risky shit like this, but we don't really get the opportunity because people feel like, oh, black people can't play these characters.
I'm talking about just culturally. You're talking like black
culturally,
people.
even culturally too, because culturally, black people will say the same thing. But being on the side from the creative side of it, I feel like black actors, black creators will want to. I think it inspired a lot of black creators, quite frankly, because especially like in the horror, like suspense type of genre, because it was very it was some breakthrough shit. It really
Yeah.
like shattered some glass to where we was like, oh fuck, we could do shit like this too. We
Yeah,
could do
well, did
fucked up
you
shit
did you
like
ever
this.
see that horror movie that I think it was like the guy Flying Lotus made with I think like George Clinton is in it. It's called
Cosmic Slop? No,
no, it's called Kuso, and it's just like a
no,
really gross out horror movie. That's another
no.
one.
I've seen Cosmic Slop, which was a George Clinton funkadelic thing, which is a good one.
I saw him
Uh,
live. I went like this was recently, like within the last few years.
oh, okay.
But
I'm talking about something from the '90s. It was like an anthology thing. It was like a Tales of Consequence thing. It was called
oh no,
Cosmic
I
Slop.
don't know about it. I thought you were just referencing like the
No,
group.
no, it's really like it was like a movie of the week type of thing that was made
Oh,
in the early '90s, and it was actually kind of good. It was weird. They tried to do like a Tales from the Crypt type of thing,
okay.
Tales of Consequence, but
No,
it was
I
pretty good.
a few years ago, this was in Dallas. I went and saw a show that was billed as George Clinton with Parliament and Funkadelic. I don't know
That
why it
man
was.
too old to be still doing that shit, man.
It was
That man too old for that.
brutal because it was like George Clinton came out and he's like 100,
and
and he's
he's weathered like the drug use,
yeah,
the
and
years
he's
of being
like
on the road.
he can barely stand up. He's struggling, and then there's like 30 other people on stage with him, most of which are not even like playing music. They're just like dancing and acting crazy. It
Well,
was
see,
such
that's why he's broke. That's why he still has to tour at this late age. Because back in the day when he did that, he was paying all the motherfuckers standing on stage. Like, when will you learn, George? When will you learn?
yeah,
Like,
it was
even Wu Tang had their limits. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it's too much. But yeah, that's why he still got a tour because he's so broke because he was paying all these fucking people that did literally nothing
yeah.
and all these entourage and hangers on.
That's crazy that like a guy that influential and
He
who
looks
did
so tired. Doesn't he look
he
tired?
looks
Like,
I watched the Tiny Desk concert he did and he looks like shit.
looks so tired. Like he don't even wear the glasses no more. His eyes are just like,
And he's bald.
he reminds me of he reminds me of, remember on Futurama? What's Squirm? What was the slug
Oh, Wimmy
that
Wham
partied
Wham
too
Wuzzle.
hard?
Yeah,
That's
I
what he
know.
reminds me. I'm just like, oh
And
no.
the thing and like his iconically his image is like the crazy hair.
Right.
And he's bald, so like presumably if he has the hair, he's wearing a wig, for the most
Yeah.
part. But when I went and saw him, he's like he didn't have the wig on, and he's like, "Now I know y'all expecting to see some wild rainbow hair, but I ain't doing that tonight." I was like,
I
"All
also, when
right,
I be performing, really, I'm just gonna like sit down. I'm gonna shuffle a little bit off to the side.
yeah."
I'm gonna whisper into the mic.
It was brutal. It was crazy, and it was also I also felt ridiculous because it's like the audience was mostly white people, and I was like, "Oh, this is brutal."
I mean, that had to be like the saddest version of Atomic Dog you'll ever hear in your life.
It was it was. I mean, when they did because he doesn't have to do anything for this one, but when they did Maggot Brain, that was cool. It's just the guitar player.
Right. Like, yeah, just let the dude play. But, freak of the week, like it has to be shit.
Yeah,
Shit. Nobody
but
needs to see that.
yeah, but I mean, as far as like the actual band goes, like the only one is George. Like, there's no Bootsy. Bernie Worrell's fucking dead.
Well, Bootsy,
Bootsy Collins.
Yeah,
Bootsy Collins is an accomplished instrumentalist and he produces music and he plays background. He played it the right way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Bootsy Collins.
You don't have to get
Well,
old
all
with the
right.
planet.
it was like sneakily like kind of like a music genius. And I mean, I know that I'm like late to this, I'm sure, but I saw a video the other day that Flava Flav posted of him playing bass, and I was like, "This wait the fucking clock like yeah boy guy is this good at
He's
bass?
a pretty good musician.
This is
Yeah.
fucking crazy."
He plays like all kinds of instruments. Like he's really very much an accomplished
He's very handsome
musician.
too.
Shut
Yeah.
up.
A lot of
Go to
women
hell,
find him
Salvatore.
very attractive.
Damn. Did
Go to hell, Salvatore.
did y'all watch the Juvenile Tiny Desk?
Of course, several
my
times. Are you
God.
serious? I'm fucking home in Louisiana. I gotta watch it. Like
That
it's
was
required
so
viewing.
fucking good. I was like, yo, they're
I
tearing
had
the
to watch.
roof off of this bookstore or wherever that is. Like, I was like,
This library is going dumb.
yeah, dude. Yeah,
Man,
like
look,
like they
Who's ever has that much ass ever been shook next to a stack of books before? I would contest not.
First time.
I would say that ass has not been shaken that
yeah,
hard
have
amongst books.
have that many copies of the Goldfinch been in the presence of that much black ass?
I don't know. I don't think so. I can't say that it has. At least not that much shaking. You know.
Yeah.
Like they probably like I'm surprised the doors didn't blow off the front of that motherfucker. But that's but that's the thing about New Orleans. Even though I don't go back home no more, the one thing about New Orleans is we go turn up regardless. Regardless, we don't give a fuck where we at. Bitch, what's this? A library? Fuck it. We going dumb. We shaking ass in the library. Hard than a bitch.
How do Louisianans feel about, or at least you feel about Theo Vaughn?
I typically refrain from comment when it comes to Theo Vaughn.
Why? What do you do? Terrible things.
Sal? Have you ever seen him in the room with a black person?
I mean,
have you ever seen like what he turns into when he's in the presence of like Drewski?
Is he like that lady that's like, "Go back to Zimbabwe, you fucking"?
No, that would be bad. That would be dude. That was so fucking funny. Didi, have you not seen that video? It's like in the UK. This black guy is like,
oh, no, the white lady that was standing next to the car talking in that weird voice.
She's like, what are you doing here? And then it
I
goes into like,
immediately.
Go back to Zimbabwe, you fucking pimp.
For the sake of my mental health, I do not watch videos of white women cutting up. Because I just be wanting to punch through my phone. Like, bitch, I'll choke the shit out of you. I'll stomp them. I don't know who was there and didn't stomp a mud hole in their ass, but I decided, I just can't watch them without being there. I can't watch, because I've had too many white women as a youth, like when I was a little girl, try me. And I just think of the ass whippings that I should have gave to them old white bitches. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just think of that shit. So when I see that, I say, man, I can't watch this. Unless she getting her ass whipped by the end of this, I can't watch this.
Yeah, no.
I do like those. That one and that one, like I've seen a few where white women, pow, straight knockout. Like, if you flatline that bitch, if you about to fold this white woman, I'm down. Other than that.
Yeah.
But I do know what you're talking about. I watched the beginning of it.
But Sal, to answer your question, like if you ever watch, like, it's such a stark contrast between like when Theo Vaughn is around a white person versus like whenever he's interviewing somebody like Drewski or Sexy Red or any of these people, he goes full shuck and jive with.
Well, I attribute that to his Shreveportness.
In what way?
Like he puts on full blackness, black situation. He goes like Justin Timberlake. But again, I attribute this to his.
Yeah, but Justin Timberlake is black.
Yeah, but it's like the thing that really pissed me off about him is like he, for the most part, he seems like kind of benign and almost like kind of like just his brain is turned off a lot of the time. But he had Tucker Carlson on, and I'm like, do you have
I
any?
Heard about that, and of course, I never listened to it, but I heard.
Was he just being
no, well, it was like. I just was watching it like, do you have any fucking clue who this guy is? Like, what is your like knowledge base on like what he's done?
I'm gonna have that.
Well, he does seem very clueless. Like, every interview he has, he seems like he enters it with no knowledge whatsoever. Like he approaches everything like a child almost.
Yes, yeah, he has the energy. I said he has the energy of like a puppy whose owner just got home from work.
Right, like that's exactly what it is, and so. And I don't know, I guess maybe that's why I don't say much about it, because I feel like I can't intelligently or intellectually approach something like this. Like there's no point of me coming into it this way.
Yeah.
Because I'm already out of my depth. Like already.
I find the thing that's happening with Tucker Carlson now, this like revisionist thing that's happening with him is like kind of disturbing to me, because I'm normally like not particularly affected by that kind of thing. Like there's grifters and whatever, people have to do what they got to do, you know. But that guy specifically, I'm like seeing him go on all the like Theo Von show and all these Barstool shows and whatever. I'm like, do any of you fucking people have any clue like the amount of blood on this dude's hands? Like this
No,
guy's
I don't think they care. I think it's just the same thing when people have Alex Jones on and stuff like that. I don't think they care. I think they just know it will amount to clicks because they're like, oh, controversy. That that draws viewers. Controversy. That'll get you some clicks and that'll get you some shares and comments. But they not really not even necessarily conscientious of the effect that these people actually have on the world and how fucked up it is. I don't think they give a fuck.
And on that note,
Tucker Carlson. What?
Sorry, I'm gonna tap out at the 11 o'clock.
We can end soon. I just want to talk about how shitty because Tucker Carlson's like a legitimately evil person. Like this thing that's happening. Yeah, this thing that's happening right now where he's like
he's a legacy Ivy League trust fund, just wet noodle, skin pencil neck piece of shit ass white boy. Like he the white boy that white boys don't like. Like he's just
and he spent like so many years on cable news calling for war and violence and bloodshed and like telling women like you can't get an abortion and he is like even for Fox News he's kind of an extremist.
Yeah, he's a noted bigot, unabashed, unashamed, just unapologetic.
Yeah, like to the point. I don't know what the whole situation was, but to the point where fucking Rupert Murdoch himself fired him.
Right, like if it's that bad.
Yeah, if you're like if you're too much for Rupert Murdoch, Jesus Christ, dude.
But I think like Fox News getting rid of him, it almost kind of let him off his leash. Now he can, become even more influential since then.
Because the dopes out there, like the lowest common denominator audience that feels as though they're subverting the mainstream media by turning to Joe Rogan.
The rhinos, like they're sticking it to the rhinos and shit, and
the people the people who are like, I don't go for the lies of the mainstream media, that's for the idiots out there. I go to Joe Rogan, the most popular and influential media figure on the planet currently. Like they think that
the do your own research crowd, like
they think that they're still doing like some underground bullshit when it's like, no, he's like, these platforms are arguably bigger and more influential than Fox News. Like Fox News just has its foothold in like Gen X and boomers and shit like that. But like Rogan and Theo Von, Barstool, all that, like that's the future of all of this. And so like to court somebody like Tucker Carlson, I'm like, damn, you guys should have really let this dude fucking like just suffocate. Like do not let him on these platforms.
But no, but that's what I'm saying. But like you were saying, this wave, they can't afford to not have him on because that's what they are. That's the whole brand. Let's hear them out. Let's hear these dudes out. Let's see what they're saying and decide for yourselves. We shouldn't censure them. They should be able to, First Amendment. They should be able to speak their minds. You can make your own decisions about, it's that bullshit.
Yeah.
They really can't afford not to entertain it and to not platform it.
Yeah, they like the fact that they think Tucker Carlson is like this subversive figure, that he's like going against the narrative in some way or whatever.
This country club ass bastard, fucking villain from Revenge of the Nerds ass bitch is supposed to be counterculture. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what he's positioning himself now as. He's like, I do Zen. And look at me, I'm a bad boy. I'm putting in a Zen and I'm interviewing the crackhead that gave Barack Obama a blowjob.
Oh my, like that shit like that.
Wait, someone blew the president? Someone blew Barack Obama?
Tucker Carlson,
some lying ass con artist has claimed many times, and he's claimed so in the past, that he blew Barack Obama and that they did crack together.
It was a guy?
Yeah. Some gay white dude, he said, yeah, Barack Obama picked me up in a bar and we did crack and I sucked his dick.
Yeah, and Tucker Carlson had this like very like Tucker Carlson interview where he's like, okay, so you're telling me like Barack Obama's gay.
Right, he wasn't engaging this person seriously, and I'm like,
no, he just parties like really hard.
Yeah,
right, like they basically made like Barack Obama. Oh yeah, he parties like hard as fuck.
No, like
he picked me up in a limo, and he knew the vibe. He just pulled out the crack pipe
off of my erect penis.
He just pulled out the crack pipe like it was nothing. We
You say
just,
he knows the Bible too.
You seen that? I guess we can get out of here on something silly because
Yeah, my
I
wife's
just
getting really pissed.
speaking of Obama, there's
not really.
one of those there's like a CW Flash spinoff show called Legends of Tomorrow.
Rest in peace, CW.
Yeah, R.I.P.
Yeah, rest in they really fucked that guy over, the Grant Gustin who played the Flash in that show, because he's nowhere in that movie. And
Yeah,
Grant. I love Grant. He's wonderful.
he's great. And in the Ezra Miller shows up in the show, but they didn't pay Grant Gustin the same respect and allow him to be in a fucking multiverse Flash movie. You brought back Michael Keaton, but no Grant Gustin.
Super.
They even had George Clooney, the worst Batman of all time.
Yeah,
George Clooney.
That movie was baffling, like how bad it was, and how it's not even a Flash movie. It's like where's the gorilla? Where's the fucking
where's Zod in them? Like where's the I mean, but they kind of had, because that storyline does exist in Flash, kind of like him becoming the worst possible version of himself, like in a timeline breach situation. So that does happen. It just wasn't, DC has been very disappointing in the film universe. The animated series and the animated films are just absolutely wonderful. I don't know why they just didn't make that live action, but I ain't no producer. I don't have no money. Nobody listen to me.
Well, I guess they're revamping it. Like they brought on James Gunn to like redo everything. And he's like now he's like the Kevin Feige of WB. Like
I will not be holding my breath. But you were saying about the Legends of Tomorrow, that god awful series.
Okay, yeah. So there's a really funny scene in it that goes viral like every few months because of how it doesn't make sense that this was in a TV show, but it's like a time travel show. Yeah. And so I think it's Gorilla Grodd or another smart gorilla that has gone back in time, and it goes to this college kid's dorm room, and it's a black kid, and the gorilla goes, "Hello, Barack Obama." He's there to assassinate Barack Obama before he becomes like the senator or whatever. Like, he's just in college.
Now, what reason could Grodd have to want to kill?
I don't know the context of it, but it's literally like there's a shot of college age Barack Obama running out of this dorm room being chased by a gorilla.
Like I couldn't even watch that. I think I watched maybe the first season, maybe. It was just so bad. It was just, the whole thing was so bad. And then you got a gorilla to kill Barack Obama. Lord have mercy. Like he's Hitler. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Like he's baby Hitler. Come on, man.
But I mean, those CW shows were all like pretty rough.
I mean, Flash got terrible towards the end, but I did watch every episode of every season because I did love it at first. But it just got
it got pretty bad. But like maybe superhero shit should just be that. Like they take it's too serious in the movies, so maybe it should just be campy.
Sorry, my wife's showing me some shoes that she bought our son today at the store.
Look at you being a wife, a husband, and a dad. That's so weird. And then you come on the internet and show everybody titties, you're a whore. Mm-hmm. You're a father. You're a husband.
Oh wow, these are cute as hell. Damn, she got a couple pairs.
Is it Baby J's or
they're Nikes?
Okay. How old is your kid?
I got twins that are 3, and then I have a 1-year-old.
Look at that. You're a whole dad out here. They let anybody have babies these days.
I'm a grown ass man, mama. A grown ass man.
Get your breast off of social media. You're a father.
Yeah, I think everybody's a little tired of the superhero stuff.
Well, it's all getting very bad. So
yeah,
remember the movie Mystery Man?
Mystery Man's good.
That was before its time, man. That movie should have been.
I met her a few years ago. I met Jenny Garofalo.
Garofalo.
Yeah, and I went up to her and I was like, "Hey, I just want to introduce myself. I just want to say I'm a big fan of Mystery Men." No. And she was like, "I still have the bowling ball." Like, that's awesome.
Don't say he met her.
Yeah, and then we talked about like 9/11 for an hour.
But
I'm retelling your story to my wife.
Oh, yeah. We talked. She told me about the bowling ball, and then she told me that, and then she went into like, the movie flopped, but it's, a lot of studio interference, and then we talked about like 9/11 for an hour.
Nice. I love
Yeah,
Janine Garofalo so much. She's definitely
she's
one of my
great. Yeah, she
inspirations.
does. She does stand up all the time in New York, just like at clubs and bars and like backyards and shit.
All right.
And she's very, very funny.
She is. She's hilarious. I just hate that she didn't get, more more support from, the industry. Because she was always very funny. I hated the way in movies she was
Listen,
always
I
like the
wish you the
ugly friend.
fucking best. I wish you good health. I'm gonna sneak out though, because my wife's gonna bring the kids in. I love you all.
Bye. I mean, yeah,
Bye.
bye, Salvatore. It was nice
Goodbye,
talking to
Sal.
you.
Sorry, Dalton, I couldn't hang.
No, I think we've been going for quite a while.
They're
Yes,
doing
for
the
a very long
24
time. It's
hour.
just, me and Dawson talked for a long time. Me and
He's
Dawson
trying to
actually
beat
talked about
Noob
this.
Saibot.
Yeah, I did.
Like
I wish I had known we were going to do this. I would have. I mean, we've had a good conversation. I think the audience will be pleased.
I don't know if they'll be pleased, but they'll definitely hear some shit they didn't expect to hear.
Yeah. Well, I guess I don't know. I do have to work in the morning. And this has been good.
Oh
This has
yeah,
been.
but I'm down to come on anytime. You're my fave.
Oh yeah, thank you. I love you, Dee Dee.
I love you so much, Dawson, and it was good to see you. And I'm glad that you're, on the upswing.
Yeah, yeah. We build back better. Dark Brandon. Do you have anything you want to plug?
Other than your mom's butthole, no.
Okay.
Uh,
Well,
but no, I mean, I still have like the first comedy album out called We're All Gonna Die, but I'm just trying to figure out this comedy shit for myself right now, nigga. I don't know what the fuck I'm about to do. Like, I
yeah,
may never do comedy again for all I know.
yeah.
I don't.
I might release this one as like the free episode, just so like more people can see it and follow you.
Girl, this is the thing. Like, follow me for what? I don't be doing nothing on the internet. I go to work every day. I work from home, and I kind of like it because I don't have to look at people. I drink at my home, in the evening
Yeah,
time.
but you're gonna have like a really popular podcast.
Oh yeah, on the Billionaire Podcast Network on
Yeah,
BPN.
on the BPN. Yeah.
On the VPN.
Yeah,
And
you would. I
yeah,
mean, you probably would be good. Like, there's very few people who, and like, who, do whatever you want in terms of like your own creative output. But like, you would actually be good at like even like the solo show. Like, if you did like a solo podcast, like an hour and a half each week.
and I used to be an avid listener of the Bill Burr podcast, the Monday morning podcast. I still listen to it sometimes. And I would marvel at the way he could just talk about shit by himself. And
Yeah, I've
I
started
value
doing it.
silence.
I've been doing it for like a few months now. Like, I've done like 12 solo things. Like, I
But
do.
I've told you before, like I would read a book of just your tweets, like just the crazy shit that you would just say on the internet, just like your Facebook posts and your tweets. I would just read a book of that. But I'm not that type of person. I don't just say things. I'm a silent person.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Do a show with
But no, people keep saying, "Oh, you should do a podcast." Why you don't do a podcast? I should. I should one day. I don't know.
Well, here, like, real talk as far as like comedy goes and content and entertainment. I think like stand up itself is a really cool art form, and when it's good, and it's very difficult. It's also like very antiquated, and I think like audience, like people in general, are not as interested in stand up as they are in terms of like at least like what's available to consume from the comfort of your home or car or wherever it may be. I think like I think there's like still the live element of stand up is like you can't replicate that, so there's always going to be an audience for that. But I think in terms of like what people are tuning into with comedians now, and just content in general, is like podcasting.
And that makes me sad, but you're right. You're very right.
But
But not only that,
it's in the
not to,
grand tradition of broadcasting. So Limbaugh and Art
so it's like
Bell.
again, the pendulum always swings back. It's like we going back to the days of World of Worlds or some shit. Like I just don't. I don't understand it, but it's not for me to understand. You just kind of gotta
Well,
ride.
how many people have you talked to, just like comedy fans, who will tell you about their favorite comedian, and then you like but they also admit they've actually never seen their stand up. It's like, oh, I love this guy. I've only ever heard him on podcasts. I have no clue what his stand up is like, and it's like you'd be surprised that it actually sucks.
But you know, I think what it is social media is kind of king right now. They say content is king is the phrase. And I have never been one to really participate in social media like very earnestly or very actively or consistently. But that's where it is. Like you say, it's podcasted, but I think it's just content in general. Because you are correct. It like stand-up comedy as a live performance, it is very singular. You're not really gonna be able to recreate that nowhere. But people are so used to scrolling and seeing some funny shit that that's what they want to see because it's more convenient
Yeah, and
and
it's
it's more
honest,
prevalent.
and it's a great way to build an audience. It's a great way to make money, because like stand up is like so ethereal, and it's so fucking hard to turn that into anything. Whereas like with this sort of thing, like doing YouTube and TikTok and all that is like, I was definitely one of the more like Luddite type of people for a while, where I was like, no, this is bullshit. It's not human, or whatever I thought, and then I realized like, oh, this is actually like where people are headed, is like
Yeah.
YouTube and TikTok, Rumble for the renegades.
True social.
Yeah, and it is like not even the future. It is like now. It's like, I mean, look at Mr. Beast. He's got like 1 billion YouTube subscribers.
Like I've never denied the impact of social media and content creation, but I can't necessarily say that I want to be involved all that much. And
Yeah, I get that.
it is what it is. Like I love stand up. I really love performing live in front of people and doing that. And I feel like I'm pretty good at it. But like you said, like nobody, the eyes aren't there. The eyes are on they screens, like the eyes are on the screens, and
Yeah,
this is
but
what you have to do.
and it's like that is the model now. Is like, if you're gonna do comedy or to any capacity, it's like having some sort of content for the internet is the way that you get like an audience and get people interested in coming watching you.
And not just that, it's not about interest. It's the only way that anybody takes you seriously
Yeah,
as a comedian.
the
I
only
don't think
part
people believe that you give a fuck if you're not creating content.
the only person I've seen recently that, like, I'm happy for him, is kind of like a mutant outlier thing, was like somehow Ralph Barbosa just navigated
Yeah,
all the like around all of that.
and now he got like a Netflix special. I'm like, goddamn, I kind of know this dude. Like it's just,
Yeah,
I'm like, oh fuck.
I remember seeing him like show up at open mics for the first time. And, like,
Yeah,
I think
like
we
that's what I'm
were.
saying. He started after us, and so I
Yeah,
remember seeing him at the open mics, and he would be there at hyenas late night like the rest of us.
yeah.
And then
I
after
think
this,
he and I were in the same like round at like Funniest Comic in Texas one year.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
and then all of a sudden, I'm seeing him like becoming like really famous. I'm like, what the
right. Like he
fuck?
did the HBO thing, and before I don't even know how it happened, but it happened. And that's the thing about comedy that I think a lot of people don't understand, even people who are in it, like we are. There's no formula really to this shit. You never
No,
know.
his success doesn't make any sense. Like,
Right. It like there's no formula to it, and you can't your expectations.
he's a
Like
funny
you just
guy.
never know how to go.
He's talented, but like
Absolutely,
the funniest person I've ever met who should be famous is Carrie Cooltrip, and he's homeless.
bro. When you hit me with that, when you hit him with what a big titty guy, before you even said it,
Where-
I thought it. As soon as I scrolled on that video, where the gold BBWs at was the first thing that came in my head, and then it's like, God damn it, dog.
I've thought about where the God BBW's at. I think every day for what, like
Every day
6 years.
since that, where the gold BBWs at?
He's to this day he has probably my favorite joke I've ever heard. It was like, I remember the night I heard this for the first time. Me and Brett Pivito both fell out of our chairs laughing because it was so unhinged in like such an endearing way. Where this is at Mabel's, rest in peace. And he's on stage, and it's Carrie. So like, you don't even know like what he knows. You can't even imagine what's in his head and what he has knowledge of. And he goes on stage, and he's like, "Man, y'all want to know who the baddest bitch of all time is? Medusa." And dude, when he hit Medusa, when he landed on that, I was like, this is the funniest. I don't even care what he says next. This is the funniest thing I've ever heard.
You know when he did me that he hit me with one of them too. And I think like I ran out the club. What was the name of that place that was on the corner, like on the square? He used to do music shows and stuff. They had karaoke.
Andy's or Abbey Underground?
Andy's. So we were at Andy's, and I think it was an open mic. Carrie got on stage. He was doing some shit. And you know, it's Carrie. Carrie is not an intellectual by any means. He is that just rambling homeless person.
He's not, somehow, but I would not have expected him to have any knowledge of Greek mythology.
He has the same knowledge that anybody does. Like, oh, this is some cool shit, Medusa. It's like very pop culture knowledge. This is not an intellectual man. He is not a higher thinking man. He is simple, like Rosen Island simple. Like that's where he sits in all of this. So he tells a joke, open mic at Andy's Monday night. Joke doesn't land. Everybody looking blank at him. He said, "Oh, I guess that one was too smart for y'all." Sincerely says this. And ran out of the club onto the street, screaming, laughing. This nigga killed me with that one line. So I guess that was too smart for y'all. I said, bro, you are going to take me to an early fucking grave.
Yeah, but he's kind of proof that you don't need any real smarts or knowledge or anything to be funny, because he was like consistently one of the funniest people I would watch. But
I laugh in the sense of like, I laugh like because he's like in a child. He's somebody he never advances.
No,
intellectually he never advances. He is he's the epitome of arrested development. He is 14 still.
I went into Andy's one day, and he was sitting at one of those tables, and he had all of his notes out in front of it. Like the table was covered in notebooks and paper. And it looked like the fucking notebooks from the movie Seven. Like it was like just tiny, like all filled in to the brim.
I do believe he's insane. No, I do believe this man is insane. I do.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's unfortunately that's why he'll never be successful, because he has the mind for comedy for sure, but
absolutely
he has but also the mind for like nothing else. Like he's just an insane person.
You know what he reminds me of? You know how. And it started like maybe 5 years ago when they would it was like a popular tweet when they said we forced this AI bot to read 100 romantic comedies and we made it write a script. That shit.
Yeah.
Like that Donald Trump rally one that they did when they said a gun that is alive, like that's Carrie.
Yeah.
That's him to me. He is that AI produced comedy script.
Yeah.
Nothing makes sense. Nothing connects, but it's hilarious to watch. It's chaotic.
Where are the Goth BBWs at?
Took me down.
Yeah.
Took me down.
40 years from now, I'll be in the shower just thinking about that. Just laughing to myself.
Where the Goth BBWs at?
He said something to me one time. It was like almost like homeless black man philosophy, where he was like, man, I love big girls. I like them big, big, like overweight. And I was like, really? And he goes, let me ask you something. You don't like ass and titties? And I'm like, you know what? Now that you mention it, I am a fan. And big girls, if nothing else, are not lacking in that department.
I'll never forget one random day, and I couldn't even reply because it's like I don't even know what to say to this. And this had to be last year before last, like 2 years ago. I haven't talked to Kerry Cool Trip since before I left Dallas, before he went on that bender where he was like couch hopping in Denton. I haven't heard shit from this man. I haven't spoken to him. Out of nowhere, in the middle of the night, it got to be like 2 a.m. He sent me a message on Instagram. Man, you know it'd be hype if me, you, and Carrie Smith did like a 3-headed monster comedy tour. That would be hilarious. And I'm just like,
You know, like the Hydra or something. Like Cerberus.
from like Carrie, it's 2 a.m. I haven't said a word to you since 2017.
It would be funny. It would be funny if he had like a pretty deep knowledge of Greek mythology, where he's like, we call it the Cerberus comedy tour, you know, because there's 3 of us, like the guard of hell, you know.
Are you saying Carrie Cool Trip is the kind of slow, like if you drop a whole bunch of paper clips on the ground, he could count them, like he know how many it is?
Yeah, maybe
Are you
he
saying
might
this is
be, yeah, or he might just be specifically know a lot about Greek mythology. That would
No,
be,
I don't. I know he know a lot about Gone BBWs. I think he
yeah,
knows a lot about that,
he loves them big, yeah, he loves them
and he
big and
wants to know where
spooky.
they're at. But yeah, there's not a Halloween that comes where I don't laugh to myself.
There was another was it like there were all these like figures in DFW who were like caricatures almost, but
Oh, absolutely.
would like hit with like something that was so funny that I was like, that's like legitimately genius. You know, like I remember one time sitting at Hyenas, like me and Tyler Simpson were sitting together, and comedian KG was on stage. And I don't even remember what he was talking about, but he said one of the lines he had was, "Man, my dick was harder than the last level of Super Mario Brothers." That's too good.
Oh, I've heard a lot. I wish I could remember the things that I heard when I was doing stand-up comedy and DFW because I was way too drunk. But
Remember that guy?
there,
Remember that guy Scarecrow?
oh,
Scarecrow Doug Comedian? When
of course I did.
he started some shit on like one of those dumb Facebook pages,
He
and
started shit everywhere. Like he invited me to some like weird porn group on Facebook. He tried to add me to some weird like sex group and shit.
but it was so funny because like everybody's clowning on him because he keeps like any criticism he's receiving in this thread, he keeps coming back with the like to defend himself, being like, I'm the 16-time haircutting champion of DFW.
He's like a bizarro Carrie Cool Trip. He's like mirror dimension Carrie Cool Trip. Like he's the like evil Carrie Cool Trip to me because they on the same level intellectually. They say the same random shit. It's just that he ain't funny and he's way more defensive.
Yeah.
Like he would just go hard on everybody, and I would just watch the threads. I'm like, okay, well, what's this motherfucker go get into today? What kind of crazy shit are
Yeah.
we gonna see in the DFW comedian space today, featuring Scarecrow the comedian?
Yeah.
You know,
I loved that time, and like that a city like that, like going to comedy clubs around there, because you would see so many like
so many weird,
like
terrible things.
really just like misfits and freak shows. And there's an element of that in New York, but New York is a lot of like entertainment business like minded people.
Yeah.
Whereas like in Dallas, it was I've tried to like
We were just running around with our underwear on our head, drunk as hell.
I've tried to like describe Ross Day to people, and they like can't wrap their head around like what I'm.
You can only experience Ross Day. You can't really describe it.
Yeah.
One man can only experience the washboard.
Yeah.
And just the fights that happen, like the physical altercations, hell, even my own. Like it happened in such a way that it's almost like
Zach Ayers almost getting killed by Kelly Sellers.
Oh, Kelly Sellers. I wrestled her one time in the Hyenas bar on a Thursday night. We wrestled on the floor by the door.
Yeah.
Those were good times, man.
She was a wild one.
She was, and I loved her crazy ass. I love me. I love her so much. Me and Kelly would hang out. I remember she ran out of my house because, like I said, a sentence that she didn't like. And she ran out of my apartment. I just have to leave right now. And I'm like, no, we were just.
Yeah, I think she was my first run in with like legit, like really scary mental illness. Like, I remember the first conversation I had with her. I had never been around somebody like that, and I could tell something was off. And I just was like, what the fuck is going on with this lady? And then like the more I got to know her and see her social media presence, I was like, oh, this is like,
Yeah,
this is what,
she wow for real.
yeah, this is what you see in the movies. This is,
Right. This is like Lifetime movie of the week crazy. And,
yeah,
but I guess I was always very sensitive to that. And I made friends with her, and I was really cool with Kelly. And I liked her as a person because I could see her in the between moments when she was regular.
yeah,
Because you know,
those moments of clarity.
right, like the bipolar disorder, it just swings both
Yeah,
ways, and you kind of have to catch it right here. It's
yeah.
you just gotta catch the pendulum like right in the middle, and it's like, oh, okay, but then
No,
it's going back up.
more than anything, the most frustrating thing I get, and this is, I guess, just about comedy in general, but especially like, I guess because I have such strong connection to that area. What was really frustrating to experience was the amount of people with like legit talent who it seemed like were committed to being the most miserable, unsuccessful versions of themselves possible.
You don't have to talk about me like that, though.
No,
You don't
no,
have to
no.
do.
I that like I maybe I shouldn't name names, but like I was always like very frustrated about that with like Josh. Like I would watch Josh do stand up, Josh Johnson,
Oh, Joshy, yes.
and to see him do stand up, be like, oh, this guy's like really fucking good at this.
Yeah, I
But
remember the first time I saw him, it was like some random Fort Worth bar, and I was like, "Damn, he's funny as hell!" Like,
but then to have an actual conversation with him and see what his like social media presence is like and his overall attitude, I like I was always just so I'm like, you are holding yourself back. Like you seem like you're comfortable in your own misery. Was always I was
and
like,
you know, I never had like much interaction with him, but every time I talked to him, it was always like a good conversation, and he was always just like really smart. But I don't think I was ever really around him in the down times. I was never,
yeah, I would
and
just have
people don't feel comfortable always showing that side of themselves to me because I
yeah,
typically don't entertain people bullshit. So
I would have conversations with him where I just was like, it just bothered me. I was like, this is a really negative person
mhm.
who doesn't really have a reason to be. Like at any moment, it's like, yeah, the success is yours if you want it. Like I know that it like freaked him out that there was like some weird doppelganger.
Yeah, Josh
It,
Johnson, who was still doing comedy things, who was still very much.
who I've met and had conversations with, who's like a pretty nice guy. Like he's not like a weirdo at all, and he's not. I don't think he's like has this like scheme that he's like stealing material from a guy across the country. It's just a
Yeah, I
weird.
don't think that I didn't. I never thought that was what happened. It just seemed very coincidental.
Yeah, and yeah, so like, but there was a ton of people like that in that area. Like I'm, everybody like I think a lot of people like really respected Dave Little, but
Mhm.
I always saw Dave Little as like a cautionary tale. I'm like, this is like one of the most miserable fucking people I've ever talked to. Like as funny as he,
And I know that is the opinion that people held of him. Again, I never really engaged most people deep enough to really go there with them because I already have like this filter up. Like there's always this thing like an electric fence around me. Like you can't go no further
right.
than here with the
Well,
bullshit.
I guess it's like, and I've dealt with it myself. Where it's like at one moment in time, I was seen as probably a promising young joke slinger, and unfortunately,
So the young nubile fresh
yeah,
faced comedian.
yeah, unfortunately, just got hit with like some serious shit that put me in that mindset for a while, like a mindset where I was like, actually, like I should just like actually just die for a while. But I'm out of
Well,
that now.
I think in comedy, I never really projected any potential on anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like I never really looked at anybody was like, oh, that dude's gonna make it. I never had that.
Yeah,
I
but
never held that opinion of
I think
anybody.
I think like what's enlightening and frustrating is that you can look at everyone and see like what's holding them back or helping them based on just like their attitude and their like habits and behavior. Like the big dog of Dallas, Paul Varghese. It was like it, absolutely you would look at him and go, yeah, you're drinking too much. Like you are being held back by your own like addictions and vices, and like no, you know, the industry at large, like whatever that may be, doesn't want to fuck with you.
But doesn't the industry at large kind of feed that demon in everybody? It'll enable that in you, especially somebody like, say, a Paul Varghese, for example, who's really funny and really good on stage, and people tend to gravitate towards him and his talent.
Yeah,
But
but I
like you
mean,
said, it's like there's the repulsion of
if you have a
your life.
reputation for getting way too fucking wasted and blowing the light and like rubbing people the wrong way, and you're like drunk in moments like that, it's like, yeah, I mean, people aren't going to want to, you know, they're not going to want to work with you. And it's like, in like, to see what like actual success looks, and not to say that Paul's not successful, but like he hit his ceiling, it seems like. And then like to meet people who are like really fucking successful, it's almost like they have like this equal measure of like like innate comedy ability, like talent, and then also that like weird like Gary V thing, like where they're also very fucking business minded and driven, persistent, ambitious, and like avoid the trappings that are going to hold them back.
Which is a good thing, but we often hate them for it.
Yeah. Oh
Which is
yeah. Like I remember like briefly like having a really like brief conversation with Tim Dillon, and just being like, this is like obviously one of the most successful comics on the planet right now. I am not enjoying this conversation at all. This hurts.
and they're very boring and banal and self-centered, and it can be. But then at the same time, I met a lot of people who do comedy who are a lot of fun. They seem like real cool people, but there has to be, for successful comedians, there seems to be a certain disconnect with like that.
I mean, you know who's like kind of actually maybe the real deal. Who knows what'll happen as he continues to skyrocket. But like the few like interactions I had and like conversations I had with Shane Gillis, he almost seemed like, even as he's becoming majorly successful, he almost seemed like still embarrassed to be doing comedy. Like he had.
Well, Shane Gillis, all I know about that person is the bullshit that happened with him being on SNL and not being on SNL.
Oh, he's like one of the most beloved comedians on the planet now.
Right, and I see his name now. I'm like, oh, I guess nobody give a fuck about that. But for this to say that it kept him off of SNL, and now it's like nobody give a fuck. That's the shit that I feel like doesn't really coincide with stand-up comedy and this public opinion being able to destroy opportunities for you. It doesn't end your career necessarily, but it could keep opportunities away from you.
Yeah, he lost. Well, it's interesting because like that happened at the like kind of the moment when public perception and like the culture wars were like starting to, I guess, maybe wind down almost. Like all that canceling shit was, I think, like people were starting to get sick of it, but he was caught in it and got hired and fired. But there were so many people who were on his side who thought that was bullshit, and he almost.
And I heard a lot of comedians like speak up for him. Like I remember at the time, a lot of comedians were like, I mean, I guess maybe out of context this sounds terrible, but he really is not that bad of a dude.
No, yeah, he's a really nice guy, like very community minded. Like he helps out like everybody that he's like friends with. And yeah, I think like the SNL thing was just like this weird. I don't even know if it's unfortunate because like when it happened, he almost got martyred. Like it turned him into this like transcendent figure where.
Well, because you become temporarily radioactive. Like nobody wants to touch you. Like nobody who has a lot to lose wants to really vouch for you. You know what I'm saying? Nobody that has a lot at stake will put their neck on the line for you, even like approach it in any kind of way. It's very like a radioactive situation.
But then like 2 or 3 days ago, he posted a picture. It's like him, Joe Rogan, and The Rock, like hanging out together. so
like, how much did it really like deter?
No,
him?
it didn't hurt. You know, it only helped. I think it like overall helped him, and like he could have. kudos to him because he could have easily fallen into the trap of like, I've been canceled. Now it's time to.
No, he could have gave up. He could have been like, you
No,
know what,
not even
fuck
giving
it.
up. Like he could have pivoted to like almost like a
Louis
Nick,
CK?
like Nick DiPaolo type of guy, or like rallying against cancel culture and shit like that. But he had his wits about him enough to just know to like kind of keep his nose clean, be quiet about it, and not play into the politics of it all.
I mean,
And
yeah, I guess that's kind of what you have to do. You can't really acknowledge it. It's like they say with like voodoo, if you don't believe in it, it can't hurt you.
yeah,
Like if you don't believe in that shit, like you really
but
can't fuck with it.
he's somebody who like is arguably probably like the, if not now, the next like really really big figure in comedy. And the few conversations I had with him, like the interactions I've had with him, he still has this very like aw shucks humble thing about him where it almost seems like he's kind of embarrassed by it.
Mhm.
Like I don't know, he seems like the real deal.
Self-aware, if you're self-aware, any amount of celebrities will make you feel weird. If you're the least bit self-aware, any amount of celebrity or fame is gonna make you be like, oh, this is weird and gross.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
He's
Because
still a person. I guess he recognizes his personhood and his humanity enough to be like, ugh.
yeah, because
Like
like
that.
I've talked about I've talked about this before, but like on the other end of that, like I've watched like some of the stuff from Tom Segura recently and been like, this is Patrick Bateman. This is this guy is an absolute sociopath. Who got like really really famous and has completely lost touch with the like I think humanity almost.
Well, but that's the thing. You don't have to be a good person to be famous. In fact, it works in your favor to not be a good person if you are in the pursuit of fame and
Probably.
celebrity.
I mean, shit.
It works
Even
way more in your favor to be a terrible piece of shit.
yeah, like I mean, like Chappelle tries to position himself as like a man of the people, but like I watch him and I'm like, this guy is so fucking out of touch at this point.
But fame will get you there. A certain level of celebrity will get you out of touch. It's hard to keep your feet on the ground and really grasp reality when people are lionizing you as this like figure that's above everybody else. When people start calling you fucking the GOAT,
Yeah.
it's gonna fuck with your head. Which is why I appreciate Eddie Murphy for going away for a very long time.
Oh yeah.
Like I get it, especially with that stuff about him, and that trans girl back in the day. Like it's just, like at a certain point, you have to decide whether or not you want that type of focus on you for real. And people who do want that type of focus on them usually are fucked up people.
Yeah. Did you watch that I think it was like that GQ profile that they did with Andre 3000 this week.
Of course that is. How else are we gonna get married if I don't watch everything he does?
But he was like, he's very like anti-fame. Like he was saying like, yeah, being famous is just unhuman. Like it sucks.
But that's why I love that nigga, because he keep it real. Like because it's true. If you really respect your own humanity, you go say to yourself, this fame shit is weird, dog. It's not right. It's not cool.
Yeah.
Because who wants that? Like, and I understand because he spoke a long time ago about his anxiety kept him from making another album because of the expectation people had on him. Like they all hear the Love Below, and now y'all like clamoring for the next thing. What you doing next? What you doing next? It's always what you doing next instead of just respecting. I'm a human being. I'm not like just a fucking music factory. Like I just don't crank shit out. Like I don't take a shit and it's like, oh shit, a number one fucking album.
Yeah.
But we look at it like that. We look at somebody like Dave Chappelle who has been so successful so long and who was so funny for so long and say this man can do no wrong. He's perfect. Like he's the perfect comedian. He's never not funny. But then he let that shit go to his head.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
And now
like,
he thinks he can. Now he believes that he can do no wrong. Now he thinks he can say whatever the fuck he wants, and everybody's gonna be just like right behind him. Yeah, Dave Chappelle. No,
yeah. I mean, he's like, seems like he's trying to be like a civil rights leader now. Like you watch him do stand up, and it's like, I mean, are you doing stand up or are you doing like a fucking, like Dick Gregory speech or something like it?
I don't know if it's even Dick Gregory. I think it's more like this is what I think.
Yeah, brother Muzone.
And nobody should be able to argue it. You can't rebut it, because even though I'm presenting it in a way that seems serious in this moment, it's still within the context of a comedy special. So you can't challenge me on it.
I love that even in his special, he's like, they trying to cancel me. It's like, you mean like you got this in this special, you got paid $60 million to do? They're coming for you.
They tried to cancel you. I guess we can all see how effective that was. But these are also human beings, and when we lose sight of that ourselves, that's when we fuck up. Because Dave Chappelle has to realize his own fallibility. Nobody wants you to come up at the open mic and do 2 hours, dog. Like, I've been waiting to go up.
Yeah,
I've been waiting to go up, bro.
He was doing that at the Stand, the comedy club in New York.
I got to this club at 6 p.m. to get 30th on this list, and then you just jump up in the middle, and now the club closing, and I just wasted my fucking time.
Yeah, Chappelle would drop in and do these shows at the Stand. They were like $200 a ticket, and he would just do like pop-ups. So whoever was going to be on that night, they're fucked, and they got to go to like the other stage, or maybe even outside, to do whatever show they were going to do. And he's doing hours. And Dan Soder had this really funny joke about, like, it's cool to see Chappelle until it's like an hour and a half into him talking to a cigarette about like ice sports, like the thing about luge. Like,
it's like Dave Chappelle, and that's the thing. We all appreciate you as a comedian, as a predecessor. We all watched the Chappelle show. We all saw, Half Baked, and all this stuff that you did before, and we respect that as great. But at the same time, you got to really recognize where you at. Because as a stand-up comedian, when you were coming up, would you have appreciated that if every time you went to the club, to the open mic, you had to do a Richard Pryor just jumping in and doing a 2.5 hour set?
I had to deal with it with Paul. Like, Paul would drop in at back door, and it'd be like, all right, cool, he's drunk and he's gonna blow the light for like a half hour.
Right. And you go walk the crowd. If the club is still even open, if I can still go up after you, everybody's wore out, they're exhausted.
Yeah.
Why didn't one listen to me? They just came up and listened to your ass do 30 minutes in the middle of an open mic where they've already seen 10 comedians, and now here you go.
Yeah. It's very narcissistic. Like,
it's such a lack of respect. You so far removed from what it even took to get you here. You so far removed from the process in general that you can't even respect your fellow comedians. It's a lack of respect.
Yeah, stand up only works like at most at like an hour 20 at the most. But
right, and after that, these people tired as fuck.
The sweet spot is 45 minutes. Like that's
what I said. That's what I say.
Yeah, for just one person to talk like extemporaneously like that as a performance, it's like an hour is fine. 45 minutes is like the fucking, that's the sweet spot.
If you can get your shit 90 minutes or under, and that's with everybody on there, like you're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where, again, we lose sight of our peers and our compatriots when we get up there, and it's all about me now because I'm holding the mic. So I can hold the crowd hostage. I can hold the show hostage. Because now my hand is on the mic and you can't tell me shit.
Yeah.
And the selfishness of it. Oh, gosh. But you have to be selfish to be a stand-up comedian.
You do. Oh, man. It's a very foolish and selfish endeavor. And I've paid the price.
We all do. We all do, man.
I paid a hefty price, but that's why I'm going to get extremely wealthy doing podcasting.
Well, look, let me hold something. I just need $500 till the 15th.
I mean, it is really weird. Like you see these like different podcasts who have like these crazy like Cinderella stories, like I remember watching Come Town happen and just like getting in on the ground floor of that and being like,
Come Town.
Yeah, like at the time when that was starting, because I think I started listening early on when they were just like broke and
like Sinister Hood. The chicks Heather.
Yeah. Oh, are they doing well now?
Yeah, Sinister. I still listen to it sometimes. It's really good, and they have like a following. It's like really a big deal. Sinister.
Yeah, that's sort of like the white women version of Black Republicans, like white women into murder. That's the Hodge twin. That's the Hodge twins of white women. Is like
don't think so. I find them to be very plugged in. I love them.
No, I just mean in terms of like printing money. People love that.
Yeah, that's
People
true.
love.
Actually, white women and true crime, baby, can't get enough
Oh
of it.
my god.
If you could just loud, what's that, Spreaker or what? What's the loud something, like just all the LPN, not LPN, but just the channels. They have so many white women with true crime podcasts. I
Oh
hear the
man.
ads for them all the time. It's like, are y'all ever gonna get tired of this? Like, are y'all?
Yeah, and
Does it end?
it's also like the people that complain the most about like feeling unsafe and how dangerous men are also are like the most obsessed with those kinds of guys.
Well, because we're trying to understand them so we can avoid them.
Maybe. What about the
But
women
then
that like
also, but you know, there have been
want to?
studies about this, like the fangirls, like the Jeffrey Dahmer fangirls, the Night Stalker fangirls. It's about, you feel safer if you were in cahoots with the devil. If you have the loyalty of the devil, you know what I'm saying, he won't hurt you.
See,
Just
I
everybody
don't
else.
really like true crime. Like I was like trying to watch this John Wayne Gacy documentary a while back, and I just was like, I cannot get through this. This is
And I watch a lot, like I listen to a lot of it. Like I would listen to every podcast, the last podcast on the left, like every episode, and Sinisterhood, and just so many other things, like the true crime podcast. I watch every documentary, docuseries. I'm absolutely fascinated with that shit, but it's from a psychological standpoint, not that that's like I'm a Jeffrey Dahmer stan or my favorite serial killer shit. Like I don't really get into that, but
yeah.
psychologically, it's quite interesting.
Here's an idea for you. Like if we're brainstorming, do you know you could be like the how do you feel about conspiracy theories?
I don't give them much credence, but some of them are fun.
You think they're fun? Because I was thinking you could be like the female Dom Luker.
I find conspiracy theorists to be people who are searching for answers. And instead of looking at what's right in front of their face, they imagine that it has to be much more sinister and organized than that.
Yeah, because it's more horrifying to realize just how indifferent everything is, and there are no puppet masters. So it's like if there is like some
No,
sort of
you're just complacent. We're all just complicit and complacent. There's no
yeah,
invisible hand. We doing
but
this stuff.
do you know about Dom Luker, the
Don
breaker
Luca, no.
the breaker of narratives? You could absolutely be the lady Dom Luker. He's this
The breaker of narratives.
yeah, he's a big like hotep on Twitter and social media, and his feed is just constant like conspiracy stuff. Like one of my favorite tweets of his was like, I know the truth about the pyramids, and I will reveal it soon.
So he's like polite in them. First of all, I hate hotep so very much. Because they just want to fuck at the end of the day. They're just trying to get the pussy, and I get
Yeah,
it. It's
but
fine.
his whole feed is like, look at the bulge in Michelle Obama's pants. Look at that.
Well, no, but the far left conspiracy theorists and hoteps, they run parallel to each other in a lot of ways, and they always have. But they just spin it in different ways. Like a far left conspiracy theorist is, or rather not far left, but like a hotep is like, oh, they're trying to get rid of all the black people. Remember Tuskegee, remember Henrietta Lacks, remember all this, all of these, Iran Contra, remember all this shit. And so everything is Iran Contra to them. Everything is the Tuskegee experiment. And then you throw it to the far right side, oh, it's a white genocide. It's the same shit. The
yeah.
government, the leftists are trying to kill all the whites. That to what end? They white. Like, why would
Yeah.
they're white? What do they want to kill the white? They want this. They just love the immigrants. They're trying to make this an immigrant nation. The Jews. It's like, oh, come on now.
Yeah, that's one of the consequences of the internet.
Oh, and that's one thing that they have in common. See, that's where they come together. Like hoteps and far right anti-Semitism. Right.
That's for sure.
Right here.
Although looking at what the fucking Israel and the IDF have been up to lately, it's like, well, they might have been right about some of that stuff.
But it's not all the Jews. It's just Israel. It's just Israel.
Yeah, it's just Israel. But like Israel has run such a like successful propaganda campaign and like indoctrination that it's like there's people like that like there are people who have like such strong ties to Israel and like truly believe that they are of that region, and it's like you are like the pastiest. You can't even be in the sun, and you, like the other day, Mayim Bialik Blossom posted something about like, I found a great Israeli restaurant. It feels good to support my people and get a taste of home, like something like that. And somebody like immediately was like, "Bitch, your family's from Poland. Your food is borscht. Like, what are you talking about?"
And and this goes back again to my disdain for biblical literalism or any type of like religious zealotry. It's like, guys, there's no such thing as a holy land. Calm down.
Yeah. Israel just doesn't even make sense from the perspective of like knowing what Jews are and how they behave. They complain about everything already, and it's like, why did you choose the most desolate fucking place? Like, you don't even like the tropics, let alone
that region. I understand the region, and it's just like I wish people.
Yeah, but I mean, following World War II, it was like they had the sympathy of the entire world, and it was like pick a place like wherever you want to go to establish like your colony, and they could have just been like, yeah, Boca or something,
right? Let's go to Hialeah.
Yeah, let's go to like Key West or the Hamptons or like something, and they were like,
what about Brooklyn? Y'all like Bed-Stuy.
How about Africa? And they're like, all right, well, I mean, sure.
Whatever.
Yeah,
let's do it.
Yeah,
but it's because of people. It's because it's the birthplace of the Hebrews, and I get it. I get all of this wanting to feel connected to something and a higher power, but I just wish people felt more connected to their humanity than they did to this invisible.
Have you ever met like hung out with anyone that's like been on Birthright and is like really has like real ties to Israel in that way?
Have I?
Because I knew a lot of people like that.
I don't think I have. Not that I can recall. If I did, I wasn't sober enough to give.
There's a lot of them in New York, and they are like ride or die.
Right, I'm in South. I'm in the South. I've been living in the South all my life, so
yeah, they don't even like realize like how much they've been propagandized and indoctrinated because they got brought in on that birthright shit real early. And
but there's any supremacist of any nation, no matter what it is, they don't understand how wrong they are.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and I'm not like knowledgeable enough. Like I just know that like I think somebody like Rappaport is wrong probably, with his pretty extreme views. But it's also
I assume that Michael Rappaport is wrong no matter what he say. I don't give a fuck what it is.
Yeah, but it's like looking at what's going on over there and like what has been going on for the last few decades. It is like I don't know what Palestine or Hamas have been up to. I know that Hamas is a terrorist organization, but I can only imagine that what the Israel and the IDF have done to those people has not helped.
No, it hasn't. And this is not helping. What's going on right now? You are not helping. So,
yeah.
Like, this shit is not going to do. It's very frustrating to live on this planet because we have conflict, and instead of actually engaging in like a very good faith, sober-minded resolution, we would rather just say, I'm gonna kill what I don't like.
Yeah,
I'm going to eradicate.
It's also it's frustrating as an American to live in this country and like have to struggle the way we do. Like now, like everybody's like, so many people are losing their jobs. The price of everything's going up.
And they're one of the wealthiest nations on the planet.
Yeah, and like what they tell us is like, actually the economy is doing good. Also, we're sending $100 billion to Israel, and it's like, motherfucker, what?
And then you sending how much to Ukraine, bitch? What?
And they tell us, but sorry, we can't forgive your student loan. We can't give you health care. We can't fix that.
We raising the interest rates. Like we can't
Yeah.
afford to like really give y'all universal health care. We can't afford to do shit like that. But you got money for this shit?
Yeah, we're gonna send $100 billion to Israel, and we're gonna build more saw traps for the southern border, and like send most of our National Guard to.
And that's the thing, the disconnect with America, which is unfortunate. We go ban more books because that's helping us. That's helping our children to ban more books. And our problem is the gays and the trans people. And that's our problem, y'all.
I wonder.
Abortion is our problem. Really? Really?
The poor and the gays and like I wonder what and I wonder like where people's heads are at when they the like right wing or more conservative people like hyper capitalists who like adhere to this like idea like no handouts, life is pain and suffering, and you gotta fucking buckle up, buttercup, and all that. But like we're seeing what's happening like as technology develops and renders like so much of like working life, like jobs and shit that people do, like obsolete. But the price of everything is still going up, and people are like struggling more and more. Like, how do people not see that like the imbalance there, where it's like, well, if like, shouldn't the goal of advancing technology and this thing that's like presumably, ostensibly supposed to make life better and easier for all of us, shouldn't it be that it does, and like, and then we all get to like enjoy the fruits of that, rather than no, it's gonna put the McDonald's worker out of work, and the price of the Big Mac is also still gonna go up. So now the person that was flipping the burgers can't afford to feed their kids, and the person buying the burgers also now can't afford them either. But it's
like there's no meeting in the middle. Like everything's going this way. Like everything it's like we pass each other in the night. It just goes.
Yeah, because these like hyper capitalist ideals don't run parallel with like the advancement of technology. It is like perpendicular, where it's like in a world where everybody had to like scrape and struggle to survive and work hard. When that comes up against this like new thing that's happening, where it's like everything's like being automated and making life, these like new technologies are happening. It's sending people into fucking like this frenzy of like chaos and suffering, because now we're butting heads with, I guess, like Star Trek. You know what I mean? Like
Star Trek. I never forget one night in Fort Worth, like when I first moved to Dallas. It was like in the first couple months. Me and the dude I went to college with, who's from Fort Worth, and his homeboy from like a kid, we was all in the car getting high, like getting fucked up. And dude, we just all got quiet. He said, "Nigga, we never gonna be Star Trek. You know that, right? We never go get." and we was just sitting there like, God damn.
Yeah.
You're right. We never go get that.
Well, I've said this: the only thing stopping us from doing Star Trek is capitalism, and
Well,
this,
no, this is the thing. You know what capitalism? What I love about capitalism, it has like these little trap doors that I love so much, that are so very interesting. Not to break the fourth wall or anything, but substance abuse is like one of the greatest. Like it just greases all the rails for capitalism.
Yeah.
When in doubt, substances. When the pandemic hit, what got worse? The fucking everybody on oxy, everybody on heroin. The goddamn we all of a sudden now we have a drug pandemic too, right? Now that's gotten out of control. When you think of like music, it's all about substances. It's all about vices and just losing yourself and just excess and sex and numbing yourself with drugs and alcohol and shit like that. And this is what we do to get by. Not a single liquor store closed during the pandemic. I don't know if you know.
No, in New York, it was like nothing. The liquor stores didn't close, and then they also, for a little while, just disbanded the open container laws. So it was like Mardi Gras for like an entire summer in New York.
Not a single liquor store closed. The opioid epidemic got way out of hand. Like it's just all these it's like it's just make sure that we're still locked in, and it's like the snake eating its tail with just drugs and alcohol, and in America, because on one side we condemn it, right? It's a terrible thing. There are so many laws against it, but
Yeah,
it still keeps us complacent and complicit enough to where we can just go through it every day.
sure.
Um,
I don't do nothing no more.
and you shouldn't. Don't be like me. Don't be up in your
No,
house.
I'm trying to become a podcasting magnate. I gotta repay not just collections agencies and organizations and stuff. I gotta repay the people that have helped me stay alive and all that. And I
But
gotta.
this is like the first bottle of liquor that I bought in at least a year. Like I don't bring liquor in my house no more.
No, you know what I'm into now is Pepsi.
Bring on the Dr. Pepper,
There,
baby.
the new I this is where I'm a sucker for good marketing and advertising. The new Pepsi logo, it grabbed me. I said, you guys
And I
nailed it.
haven't looked at a Pepsi since the 1990s.
They
Just
they redid their logo, and it's like this big, bold, classic style Pepsi logo.
it's very sexual.
Oh, it just got me. I was like, that is a beautiful logo, and so I'm on Pepsi now. Wild
Yeah, I don't even
cherry.
know what I'm on now. I'm completely checked out. I'm one of those people I've just gotten so beaten down and worn down by, you know, the capitalist power structure that I just like, whatever, dog. Just steamroll me. Just get me out the way, dog.
It's frustrating. The frustrating thing about it is like when you talk about like when you make any sort of like when you try to advocate for anything socialist, you get hit with like just all kinds of people telling you like, oh, you just don't want to work, you want a handout, you want to be Venezuela, and it's like no. But the frustrating thing is like I actually am willing to work. Like I do want to work and make money and make something of myself. It would also be nice if my own government that's supposed to represent me would help at fucking all, like to some degree.
And you know what? I don't know if it's a nature or nurture thing, but I just feel like people are industrious. I don't know if we've been taught that or if it's just part of who we are. I think it's part of who we are because it's survival. Being industrious is part of survival. Like even no matter what part of, the animal kingdom or whatever we're in, everybody has a job, even
Yeah,
animals. Everybody has a role to play.
yeah. Up until
So
this
I think
point, like when you live in a world now where back in the day, the default job for somebody who's not somebody who's like kind of educated and can get like a job and not just like bagging groceries or doing like really hard labor. They would still it was still like a lot of work, like whatever an office job might be, because like the technology just wasn't there yet, and that was sort of like the goal for a lot of people wanting to get into like the middle class was get a job at like an office or something,
Mhm. Like
either
people,
do
the people
yeah,
hustle.
yeah, either doing sales or coding or whatever it is.
Mhm.
And now the default setting for a lot of people outside of like construction or the service industry, like if you're just trying to get a job in an office, the job isn't real. You're not doing anything. So it's like these laptop jobs that people have, they go to, yeah, you either work from home or you commute to an office for no reason to open a laptop and answer 3 emails, if that. you know and so that's not even being industrious or necessarily coming from a place of like primal survival instinct. That's literally just like, well, I need money and
Exactly.
somebody's willing to pay me to
That
kind of
is a
do
primal
nothing.
survival instinct because what has been inlaid in us as human beings, you have to work to make money. It's like, well, look, I guess I gotta work, so let me find something. I have
Yeah,
to make money because I have to survive. Like if I don't work, I don't eat. I don't have a place to live. Like I don't have. And then there's and I feel like that's the nature side, but the nurture side is capitalism. Like it's the capitalist consumerist drive to have things.
yeah. Well, on the flip side of that, like we do exist in a world now where like you could get a job that's made up and bullshit where you just click clack at a laptop and watch YouTube videos all day. but that you could also stand to make a pretty substantial amount of money doing even more worthless bullshit on the internet, like
Or showing your
podcasting,
booty hole. Or show your booty hole on
or
the
showing your
internet.
booty hole, or like, I mean, look at like Kai Cenat. Like, I'm fascinated by Kai Cenat because I'm like, man,
He's
he's really.
very, I don't know what he does. I have no idea what this person does.
I don't know what any of them do. I've
I have
watched
no idea.
Kai Cenat stuff. I've watched XQC, Phantom, Pokimane, all of them, and Destiny, Markiplier, and I'm like, these people are making millions and millions of dollars. Like, it looks like they do nothing.
Because I was like, why is he at his house with Offset now? Like what's going on?
Yeah, they make more. They make more money playing a video game than anyone makes that developed it.
And you know that, and what's funny about that, and what I think what I love the most about that type of wealth is that I have never engaged this person content a single time in my life. I have never clicked on anything he's done. I've never given him a stream, nothing. But this is a person that somehow has invaded my line of sight.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't escape Kai Cenat now. And I'm like, this is one of the most like obnoxious people I've ever seen.
Never
And
clicked on a motherfucking thing he's ever done.
yeah.
Not a single time in my life.
I'm studying all that now because I'm like, how's this work? Like, what is this? Because like, even like with comedians, like the world we're familiar with, there's not a single comedian who on YouTube or otherwise is pulling numbers like these people.
When you look at somebody like Matt Rife.
Yeah, like Matt Rife maybe is like doing well, but I mean in terms of like, if you look at the YouTube channel for like what you might think as a successful comedian versus like a Twitch streamer, a game streamer, the comedian's not even cracking 1 million, and the video game guy has like at least 4 or 5 million subscribers.
Well, you have to go where the people are, because I may not have watched anything from Kai Cenat, right? But I have watched just random YouTubers gameplay videos. I have, and it'll be like 14 hours.
Yeah,
and I have, saved my space and gone back and finished it. And it's a game I ain't even played yet. I may not even play it. I just want to watch it. It's almost like it's almost like a television series, like this one game, Control. I watched the entire gameplay of Control.
I've played that. That's worth,
I started playing it, right? I started playing it, and I said, wait, let me see where this is going. Let me get my bearings. Next thing I know, as an
autistic incel who has spent a lot of time on various like augmented reality Wikipedias, Control really scratched that itch for me because it was a. Do you know what SCP is?
No, what's that?
Yo. if you Control, definitely it draws a lot from SCP. And if you like that Lovecraftian type shit, get ready for possibly the biggest iceberg you've ever experienced in terms of depth and what this is. SCP is I think it's considered like augmented reality. And it's a wiki page that's been around for years.
Like Sierra Charlie Papa?
Yeah, secure. It stands for Secure, Contain, Protect. And so like, you know how in Control there's all these like the like anomalies in reality that she has to find. So like in those files she reads. So like that's like kind of ripping off SCP. But SCP is completely open source and like to the public, so it's like she's not ripping off like any real intellectual property necessarily, that game. But it's a wiki that's been around for years, and it's completely like publicly curated, so like just people create the things that are on there. And it's presented as this like augmented reality thing. So the whole website is presented as these like case files from this organization called the Foundation that contains and protects like anomalies in reality. So anything from like cryptids and monsters to interdimensional shit, like whatever. They have a file for everything, and I think at this point there's like 7,000 of them. Like there's so many, and some of them are goofy, but some of them are like really fucking well done, like truly like literature. Where I'm reading them and I'm like, somebody just anonymously did this just in their free
So
time.
it's just like it's literally like it's fanfic, but on a different level. Like
It's yeah, it goes so far beyond fan fiction. It's its own universe. It's like
right.
the community is like very invested and active in it, and there's some like really creative stuff on there. Like one of the ones that like went viral a few years ago, because it was the picture from it went viral, where it was like this like fucked up like dog skull with like wispy hair, and it was like this like scary looking figure peering through like a window in a like a door window, like a school.
Mhm.
And it was this picture that was just going around the internet for a while that nobody knew, like, what the fuck is this? And come
So
to
it's
find,
like Slenderman. So is it like the like just a deeper version of like the subreddits and the like creepypastas? Like
it's
creepypasta, is that kind of like that? Like the
it's sort of like, it's so much more than that. It's
but right, but more in depth, like way more layered, like really getting granular with the
yeah,
details
yeah, and
versus
it's
stuff
all
like that.
presented as very official. There's no
Right, like it's real. It's like
yeah, like
LARPing on the internet.
yeah,
Like LARPing.
yeah, and so like this one, like the fucked up dog skull thing, like the actual SCP that it is. Like if you read the file, and it's like this very like bureaucratic way that they write it, so it tells you like classification, this, blah blah blah, and then like containment procedure, and like what it was is like the SCP itself is like an app that would like be downloaded on someone's phone, and is like they have the app now, and it, like it'll send them notifications showing them this like fucked up dog thing that's just like around like pictures of it, and as time goes on and you keep getting notifications of this, the fucked up dog thing will be like closer and closer to you or somewhere in your vicinity in the picture, and yeah, and so it lists like what it is and like what's the containment procedure for like making sure people don't like have access to this app. They're like very detailed, like very creative. um and there's like thousands of these. There's one.
But that has to like fuck up people's like sense of reality, right? Like that has to.
Well, no, everybody knows it's like fiction, but
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying like somebody who maybe has like a predisposition to a lack of connection with reality.
maybe. I mean, I feel like if you're on that website, like it's your shit. Like you either knew about it or somebody told you about it and you decided to go check it out. I don't think there's like anybody stumbling upon it.
Yeah, I definitely have not in my travels. I have
Yeah,
not stumbled
but
upon.
I remember I just remember playing Control for the first time, and as I'm playing it, I'm like, motherfucker, somebody actually made an SCP video game. And yeah,
I played Control. I watched the entire gameplay. I didn't get very far into playing it because as much as I love video games, I'm not good at like RPGs and shit like that. I'm just not good at it. So, or I don't have the attention span to give a fuck. I would rather watch somebody else do it. Now, and it is very in depth. Like by the end of it, I'm like, what the fuck what was this game about? Like, what the fuck just happened?
yeah. Control was one where I was like front to back, like this is awesome. I have no complaints.
No, but I loved it. I watched it from beginning to end, but even at the end, I'm like, what the fuck was it? Like, what did we just do? And there's supposed to be a Control 2 coming out, and I can't wait just to watch somebody play it because I'm not doing it. I don't have.
The cool thing about Control is it also is like tied into that Alan Wake series, because like one of the DLCs for Control is like takes place like it crosses paths with Alan Wake.
Okay.
And so Alan Wake 2 just came out, and I haven't played it, but it looks like the janitor from Control is also in the
That's
Alan
what I'm
Wake.
saying. And then there's the janitor. The whole time I'm dealing with the janitor, like, what the fuck is dude doing?
Yeah.
How are you here? Like, what type of like supernatural creature are you, sir?
Yeah,
What are we doing?
it's like, yeah, it's cool to see like the like the magical Negro version of like a Baltic,
Right.
like whatever he is.
Something.
like Eastern, like the Eastern European
Like
version.
Latvian, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck he is, but he's there, just the janitor, saying weird shit all the time. And he
Yeah.
apparently anchors people to reality somehow, but he's a gateway to other dimensions. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what he does. I don't know
Yeah.
what this is about. But I'm sitting here this entire 14 hours and I'm watching this shit.
Yeah. It was cool. It was a cool game.
It really is. I'll never play it all the way through. Like
I was
literally
obsessed with it when
I literally got as far as like playing it myself to where she first goes into the dead director's office and finds out that he's dead. And she first enters that like other dimension where she's like picking up skills and shit. Like that's as far as I got the first time she did. I was like, wait,
yeah.
I gotta watch some gameplay and figure out what the fuck I'm doing because I have no idea what the fuck this is right now. I don't know what.
You would probably the last I've talked about. People know my affinity for this one, and I've talked about this at length because it like fucked with my head. But if you like anime, there's a game called Nier Automata that's like kind of like anime style in the way it looks and everything and is presented. But it's a full
So it's
on
like Final Fantasy looking. Like, what do you mean anime?
sword. Yeah, it's like sexy androids, you know, and swords and magic and kind of. But it starts out like very anime, like mechs and flying shit and swords and guns and whatever. And then as the game progresses, it turns into like a full on existential crisis that like I was playing it and having like legit like philosophical like thoughts where I'm like, man, this is really like fucking with me what this game is doing to me.
Well, see, I have problems with it. Like I watched the last season of Loki, and I had that problem. Like I had a full on existential crisis. So I get it.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much.
Well, this game starts out as like androids and robots and mech suits and swords and guns, and then like as it progresses, it turns into, so what is consciousness?
And I'm like old school as fuck. Like I come from the days of like Assassin's Creed and God of War and Devil May Cry and shit. Like that's my wheelhouse, you know. Like I just
no
like like Control threw me because I just started playing video games. I said, well, let me get back into gaming again since I'm trying to figure out what makes me happy because I don't know anymore. And I said, I remember I used to like video games, and so I'm getting back into this shit. And I say, oh, Control, that looks fun. And I'm like, wait, hold up.
Yeah. You could watch a stream of this game. It's worth it just like for the story and the characters and the soundtrack is like one of the coolest I've ever heard. But
I used to do that a lot. Like when my friends would play like Final Fantasy and shit, I would just watch them play. I never played Final Fantasy myself. Like I never actually picked up the sticks to play Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
But I would watch my friends play it.
Final Fantasy was a grind back in the day. They've revamped it now to kind of appeal to modern gamers who want like just fast paced swords and action and shit. But like when I was a kid playing that, it was like truly like you were putting in work to play.
It was a bit like the gameplay wasn't at one point, was it Final Fantasy that had like the longest gameplay ever? Like one Final Fantasy was like Final Fantasy like 7 or some shit that came out. It depends on the longest gameplay.
It depends on who's playing it because there's so much you can do, and like if you want
there's so many different stories and stuff.
If you want to put in the hours, like I remember when I was a kid playing Final Fantasy 7, it was just like hundreds of hours of me doing like tedious, like really tedious shit.
It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I never really could play it. Like, I'm not gonna play it, but I will sit here and watch you motherfuckers play. Like, I will sit and watch somebody play Red Dead Redemption forever.
I absolutely like nowadays. I could not play Final Fantasy the way I use. Like, if I was to try and do that now, like they remade Part 7, which is sort of like the high watermark of the franchise.
Right.
They did a remake of it a few years ago for the PlayStation 4, where they like totally. It's like a whole new game, and that one was like more focused on like actually progressing the story and like very fast paced and action oriented. And that like there were people who had like complaints about it who were like diehard for the original, but I remember playing it and being like I couldn't imagine playing the way these games used to be at this point because they were so slow and just tedious.
About, like old Resident Evil, like Resident Evil 2 or some shit, or like the old Grand Theft Auto, and you just it's like ugh. It
Yeah.
just seems to
I was just
linger
arguing.
on.
I just was arguing with Sal earlier for you hopped in that like Pokemon is bullshit. I was like, there's so much tedium required in that game. Like the amount of just like walking around and wild random encounters you have to go through in order to like grind and level up and evolve.
But are you
And
talking about like Game Boy Color Pokemon, like Pokemon Silver and shit? And
I think all of it is like I've seen people like our age, around our age, and maybe like younger, complain about the current games, and I'm like, I don't know if they were ever good. I think like when you're a kid and you have zero,
right, it's all fun. You ain't got shit else to do.
when you're a kid and you have zero responsibilities and you don't even
Yeah,
know
where
like
you gonna go? What you gonna do?
you don't know
Other than
what
play
good you don't
Mario?
know what good means. A game like Pokemon is like fun for a kid, and then as you get like I think like being an adult and playing that now, it is like, oh, this is like so fucking monotonous and just tedious.
I mean, I guess it can be. I still like I could pick up like Super Mario World right now and play it and be invested. And maybe it's a nostalgia thing. I don't know.
No, those hold up. Like that all holds up because those were designed to be fun.
Right, like it, but Resident Evil 2. But I
I think
remember one time me and
I think
Thomas Nichols.
Pokemon was designed to be addicting.
It was, but it's like you're trying to transfer like the cartoon, the cards into a video game. So it was always going to be this very
Video game came
different.
first.
Right. And it's going to be this different landscape because you're transferring, but the cards came first. Like if you think like back in the day, like trading cards and stuff like that, and just making it into a game it was
Thought
kind of worlds collided when it comes
Detective
to
Pikachu was a fun movie.
I watched it. I didn't really get the full hot Ryan Reynolds effect, but I enjoyed it nonetheless.
Yeah.
I mean, his voice is not that sexy. But
No, he's obnoxious. I don't think his shtick does not work on me. I like
look,
Free
I'm
Guy.
hot, but I'm also dry and sarcastic. Look at me.
Yeah, I like Free Guy. That was fun.
But yeah, like when you think about stuff like that, I can still play Sonic 2. Like I just got it. So me and Thomas Nichols one random night. Me and Thomas Nichols stayed up like 10 hours and played Crash Bandicoot with no saves until we
I tried to play in the fourth one when it came out. They like finally released like a true sequel to part 3.
Okay.
It was weirdly difficult.
But Crash Bandicoot is kind of hard. Like
The very first one's kind of tough, and then they ease up for 2 and 3, and then after that they all were kind of a joke, and then this one was like pretty unforgiving. I was like, this is a tough game.
Well, I thought the first Crash Bandicoot, like it, I think that was the one we played with no saves. It was Crash Bandicoot 1, and we went through that whole thing, and it was grueling. It was
Yeah.
Crash and Thomas is a gamer. I'm not even a gamer like he is, and we was up all night doing that shit. Like this was a concerted effort between
and they made Tana woke in this one. They gave her the side, like shaved side of the head, and she doesn't have big tits no more.
Well, because it's 2023, and we realize everything doesn't have to have big tits to be.
She's a girl. She's a girl boss. She's tough.
Right. She doesn't have to have big tits and a huge vagina like Chun-Li to be engaging. Tekken, but Tekken still holds true to the old ways. They still do big tits and big camel toe.
Yeah,
so
Tekken's cool. Street Fighter still has,
they still do camel toes and big tits.
Mm-hmm.
And never any really good bulge though, which I find interesting. Never any good dig bulge in a Street Fighter. But there's always tits in Moose Knuckle.
There hasn't been like a lot of emphasis put on like sexy men in video games.
Well, they're all very square and boxy, and I wouldn't fuck Ren. Ryu and Ken. I wouldn't fuck Guile. Sagat, like Sagat isn't sexy. I don't. That doesn't appeal to me.
There's
Chun-Li has huge tits that never stop moving. Like they just wow.
Yeah.
Titties jiggle. How do you fight with titties that just jiggle? You kicking and titties. Wow, 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 wow. Like,
Yeah.
how do you can't get these women a sports bra? You can't. I'd be taping down my shit if I had to kick ass
No.
like that every day. I'd have a
They have to
legitimate binder on.
they have to invent new like coding and in like software to really figure out the titty physics in those games. They gotta like make
They
new
gotta do something.
technology to
I think they really need to observe titties in the wild. Like, really just get a good understanding of how tits function. Because they don't do that. Like, titties, if a woman who has to do hard things, her titties not gonna be flopping around. We don't have time for that. I don't have time
Yeah.
for my unwieldy boobs while I'm trying to kick somebody ass. Like, these things gotta be, harnessed in a
Yeah.
certain way.
I know
barely take food.
all doing the work I've been doing lately with like looking at titties professionally. I'm becoming more learned in like titty physics and the way titties work.
And I must say, you have found like a nice crop of tits, man. You have found like the best of
Yo,
the best.
TikTok is crazy with that. And it's fun. The funny thing is like I'll do those videos and more often than not, they'll get hit with some sort of like community guideline violation
Well, of course.
that I have to appeal. But I'm like, how is the original video not getting flagged? Like this
Because you
is
can't talk about them. They just have to be titties. You can't talk about them.
I know, but it's so like suggestive
You can
and like
show pictures of children being bombed in Gaza. You can't talk about it.
yeah. Hell, I uploaded a clip today of that Bible thing me and Jamie did. Where we were laughing about like the wording in the King James Bible, like there was something that like where the way it was phrased was like he him, and we were like, oh, pronouns, and it said, and then it said something like God created male and female, and I was like, I just was like, yeah, I do appreciate that it specifies there's only two genders, and so like I took that clip and put it on TikTok, and immediately they hit it with like a hate speech. Yeah,
because there's no time for anything satirical or there's no humor involved unless it's the one that we know is safe for other people. Nobody's going to be mad at it, then it's fine. But if anybody's going to have to raise an eyebrow, like I've left comments on Twitter, like of my friends, and just just the way Black people talk to each other. We just kind of say things in a certain way. And all I have to do is put like bitch or hoe in my comment, and then I'll get like a warning from Instagram. Are you sure you want to post this comment?
Oh,
Other comments with this language.
Zuck's websites are very like strict on that shit. X, formerly Twitter, is a free for all.
Well, of course, that's why the best porno still is. I had to get off X because
there was a
moral reasons.
new Mr. Hands on X recently.
Wow.
There was another video of a guy getting fucked by a horse.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, just on the way, like somebody tweeted it and everybody was like, "What the fuck?"
Have we learned nothing?
No, now it's like more accessible. Now it's like you don't even have to go to some fucked up website. It's just on Twitter.
You don't even have to go to a ranch in Portland or Seattle or whatever the fuck. You can just humans will never learn. We'll never get any better. We'll never get any better. But yeah, if you want to see horses fucking, I guess Elon Mutter's X would be the place to get it. That does not surprise me.
Yeah, it is a wacky world we live in. I'm just trying to be. I am the first billionaire podcaster. I'm the Daniel Plainview of podcasting.
Okay, well, good for you.
That's what I say. And
Rogan will run for his money.
Yeah, well, I'm changing the game. It's like we're back to basics, very stripped down, no production value. Just
so
raw.
When you interview Tucker Carlson, are you going to insist that he has to take off his shirt?
Yes.
Okay.
But leave the bow tie.
Yeah.
The bow tie stays on.
Just think that. But yeah, leave the bow tie on, but you have to strip tits out, baby, if you want to come on the podcast.
Put on a big Mr. Bojangles bow tie. Or put on a big like oversized bow tie that spins around.
What yoink? I don't think he has the comedic timing for his spinning.
No.
Top. I don't think
Oh.
he can carry it. But yeah, I look forward to it, to seeing Tucker Carlson with his tits out on his podcast, because he's indiscriminate. He doesn't care. He'll do anything where there's a camera and a mic. He's there. He
But yeah, I mean, the Billionaire Podcast Network is growing, and it's the next revolution in podcast. I think, like, as bad as everything has been for me, and I've burned everything to the ground in my own life, and I have nothing anymore.
hell yeah.
All of my earthly possessions are gone. I have no money, no chance at love or happiness.
No brazier, just
In the throes of my, like, mental illness and like shit I was dealing with, I've committed unspeakable atrocities to the people, like, toward the people who love and care about me and have only shown unconditional love and support. Sins for which I will spend the rest of my life atoning. But from all of that, I now have the iron will and fire in my belly to revolutionize podcasting.
hell yeah. I can't wait to see it. The tit stuff is, all, in my opinion, already just next level. So
I can't believe I'm the first person that thought of that. Is like,
I don't know if you are, but you're the first person that I've seen do it. You're the first person that I've ever paid any attention to.
Yeah, well, it comes from a place of, like, appreciation for titties, but also, like, I didn't want to do just, like, straight up, like, horny, like, objectification. I was like, I want to approach this as if I am legit, like, honestly, like, viewing this like Roger Ebert would a movie.
Right, sober-minded critiques.
Yeah.
Of
yeah, because, like, one of the ones I did, the lady who made the video, not the goth BBW, because she's already, like, a sex worker, so she was, like, happy about it no matter what, because it's like, I think it helps her OnlyFans maybe. But there was another one I did.
Wild Annie?
Not just her. She actually reached out. Like, she actually wanted me to do it. But there was one I did that was, like, this comedian in New York. Her name is Megan Bitchell. And somebody sent me a TikTok she had made that was, like, I was watching, like, good Lord. I mean, look at these things. And it was, and that was, like, she was doing, like, a sketch, but that was, like, the joke was, like, I have big tits, was, like, the premise of it. And so I made my video, like, my 5-minute, like, criticism on this, and put it online, and she found it, and she has, like, 100,000 followers. So she found it and shared it and was like, said something to the effect of, like, he like really put in the work on it. Like, I can't even be mad at this because, like, it's so detailed. And
you have to, because it's the wordplay, it's the cleverness of the wordplay, the appreciation of the jugs. It's just like, I've been sharing it with people. I'm like, why do more people love this as much as I do? Like, it's just
because I think people are so programmed now to see anything like that as, like, chauvinistic and, like, as some sort of objectification and, like, perverted.
To a certain extent, I guess it could be considered, but I see you do, like, a lot of porn stars, sex workers, and stuff like that. But it doesn't. I don't know it, and I'm the wrong person to ask, right? I'm the wrong person to even have an opinion of it. But the level of appreciation that you have for the tits is admirable. Like, that in itself is endearing.
Yeah. Well, what it's the funny thing is, like, sometimes I'll hit one, like, where because I did one on Osama bin Laden's niece, that pop star, his, like, hot pop star niece, and it was like, the joke was that it's like a titty video, but within it I'm, like, actually doing, like, a history lesson on, like, the Soviet-Afghan War and the Mujahideen and all that. So it's like a 5-minute video. Most of it is, like, it's like talking about, like, what caused 9/11, like, the events leading up to Osama bin Laden's radicalization, but that's wrapped in his niece's titties. And so
layers.
Yeah, so that caught, like, I posted that on Twitter and that caught on pretty quickly. That was like one where all these people were like, yo, what the fuck is this? This is awesome.
Right. With complexity.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and it's not even the funny thing is, like, I'm not even like particularly knowledgeable about that sort of thing. Like, I'll skim a Wikipedia article and just get what I need.
Yeah, you know
And
everything you need to know at that point.
yeah, and it's like, okay, so I know tits, and now I know enough about this.
Right. The tits, you could talk about that in your sleep. But
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
But
So
Al Qaeda takes a little doing.
but that's the thing. Look, you gotta find your angle these days. So it's like, mine is titties.
Which is why I don't have a podcast, because I'm like, I feel like not necessarily finding a gimmick, but finding, you know, a unique voice amongst the
Okay.
noise.
Well, think about true crime. What is like the crux of all these like women doing true crime podcasts? And like, what's the stereotype? It's typically disgruntled, disenfranchised white men who are doing these crimes. So how about you do a show and find the black men who are doing murders?
I mean, there's so many. But
Yeah.
they do have black women podcasters that I actually watch, like In Killing Color and stuff like that. There are it's called In Killing Color, and she does like it's a true crime. It's a black true crime. Like she has an Instagram or whatever, and it's very interesting. So I do see creators doing stuff like that, which I like. I love a podcast with a point, with a certain meat and a certain heft of content.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just I just uh I just don't want to be another voice, just more noise screaming into the void. It has to be something that strikes a chord.
I get that. I mean, you're knowledgeable about, like, you know, if you know about enough black serial killers, I mean, that's an untapped market pretty much, because, you know, we had our fill of Bundys and Gacy's and Dahmers, but where's the
I mean, but they've
where's
talked about
the
like the DC
Washingtons and
sniper,
Jeffersons?
or you know the DC sniper, the what was that, the sleepy killer, or the dude in Cali, like there's all these.
Like, if you just did like a pilot talking about like Chris Dorner, it's like
Oh God,
you talking.
American hero Chris Dorn.
Yeah, like somebody like you going real deep on Chris Dorner.
What a time to be alive. Asymmetrical warfare. It became a part of the lexicon thanks to that
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Asymmetrical warfare.
The best part about Chris Dorner was, like, in his manifesto being like, yo, I love Ellen DeGeneres.
Right. He was just saying, so he was like Serena Williams, and what was it? Nora, what was it? The girl who sang I Don't Know Why. Like, you just told Serena Williams is one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah, it was like, I love comedy and I'm horny for Serena Williams. Yeah, it's like, yeah. You could talk about Chris Dorner, talk about who's the other guy? I don't know.
There's so many things that have happened in the world that I just don't care to talk about. I just live in this vacuum of
Eric Adams.
it's just this vacuum of just me not doing my best to just barely exist at times. You know what I'm saying? Self-isolation is the cousin to suicide. You know what I'm saying?
I've been so isolated lately. Yeah. I got to get out of this situation, but I just got my mind back. Just started reading again. I'm reading the Bible.
I just feel like if I was a licensed therapist or mental health professional, I would advise anyone to stay away from the Bible. I'd be like, please don't read that.
I think therapy and psychiatry is such a just like quack pseudo healthcare.
I mean, some of them can be quacks, but other ones can be very helpful, because one thing that human beings have gotten very good at over the years is lying to themselves. And so, if you could get a psychiatrist or a therapist who could break you out of that shit,
I guess. I mean, it just seems like, now, looking at it now, having gone through all the horrors and terrors of the American mental health care system. It's like it's just weird that there's this entire industry that's like, yeah, pay a stranger like however much money to talk to them for 45 minutes a week, and then you know, so many and like so many aspects of just being a human are just in the DSM-5, where it's like maybe like I think like what you're categorizing as like some symptom or some sort of mental illness might just be just having a brain and being human. And just like, you know what I mean?
Well, yes, because the human experience is horror and chaos.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think we kind of need help navigating that. And you talking to somebody who went to school to do this for a living. So,
Yeah. But I think if you have like family and like a good group of friends, like go in and
and
talk
that's
to.
true, but everybody doesn't because we are more like isolation is one of the biggest challenges we face today
Yeah.
as a society is isolation
What is the
because we feel like we
cure
can't connect honestly with
to
anybody.
male loneliness? Yeah, that's the
And it ain't pussy. Spoiler alert. It's not vagina.
damn. I wish it was. Well, even if it was, it's not like I'm. It's not like I have access to the cure.
but you know,
They
like
do. For me. The Martin Shkreli got a hold of the pussy on for me.
that rat faced bitch. But um, you know, the human condition is such that we have forgotten how to connect with each other on a very just like a visceral level. Like we have forgotten how to have that sense of community and connectedness and oneness. And I understand why we got away from it because, you know, going with the crowd seems so detrimental to one's ability to just be in tune with reality. So because all people do is lie to each other. If you get in the echo chamber of it all, like that's very unattractive to me.
Yeah, and yeah, there were like people worried about this years ago, like the advancement of like technology and people drifting away from sincerity and community. Like,
Yeah, because
you know,
people are fucking idiots and they becoming louder and louder every day. People are dumb as hell.
that was like what was causing a lot of the tension on the last podcast I was doing. The Loud Boys was like I I even before that was growing very weary of irony and irony poisoning and like this ironic detachment from everything and just constant mockery of everything,
Yeah.
and it's and always feeling like, especially hanging out with comedians, like always riffing and trying
Right.
to.
Everybody, all, and that's one of the things I probably hate most about hanging around comedians is everybody's always on. You know that shit.
Yeah, and so like as we were doing the show, I was like, and we were definitely like people were comparing us to Come Town a lot, and I was like, I don't want to be. I mean, I would love to make that kind of money for sure, but it's like I don't want to just like rip off them and just do this like hyper ironic, like low brow, bottom of the barrel shit. Especially like when we're talking about doing a show for like at least 2 hours a week. I was like, this doesn't need to be a laugh riot every week. There's room for like sincerity and like actual conversations to be had.
No, there
But
isn't.
I guess there wasn't on that show because like one of my co-hosts, like, you know, people reach out to me all the time and they're like why do you still harbor any animosity towards this guy? And I'm like, because I mean that guy like made it very, very fucking clear he didn't like respect me, and like creatively he thought what I was doing, like actually trying to be sincere and genuine at all, he like made every effort to squash that, and show his ass and like assume the power position as like the Joker of the show, like the one who doesn't take anything seriously and is just constantly taking jabs and like riffing nonstop. And that I mean that caused a lot of tension. What is it? What am I looking at? What is this? Oh, did I lose you? Oh, I think I lost her. Well, I lost my. This has been going on for a while anyway. Well, Dee Dee, thank you for doing the show. I might just put this one up on the regular channel. Since this was such a good one, I think a lot more people should see it. Is she coming back? Nope, I guess that's it. Okay, well, patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. I have outlasted my co-host and my guest. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Stay tuned for Lost in the Maze and more episodes of Blessed Billionaire, Backyard Bible Boys, But Bonanza Banquet, Baba Barie. And follow me on TikTok at Dalton Pruitt. Be sure to follow DDT wherever you may find her. And I love you. Thank you. Goodbye. I love you.
Moving my bones, no place to rest. Traveled up north just to find my head. I'm still corn-fed. Corn-fed. Moving my bones, no